Hey guys, welcome to the channel. This is the 8th part of What If Issei Was Never Resurrected. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content and subscribe my channel and like the video. Also share this video with your friends. Let's start the video. The clock was ticking. Karen was standing before them, ready to blow up the core of his ship, and a good part of this continent with him. Issei's future counterpart and his teammates, and even Cao Cao and his group, were surrounding them in a large circle, trying to create a barrier around this entire area, in the hope to contain the explosion. Most of Issei's own team had already left. They managed to reach to safety, just like he had told them. Good. At least he didn't had to worry about them now. His exorcist double and his Irina, however, were still standing at his side, facing the Shah commander with him. All three of them had their weapons aimed at Karen's direction, keeping him from escaping or, even worse, starting another stunt like his suicide move. But that didn't help much. They needed to take him out. Issei thought back to his fight with Valley. XXXXXXX. Flashback. It was now a few weeks ago, during the attack of Chaos Brigade on the peace conference. Issei was standing. His legs were shaking. He had not expected this. True, it was one thing for the terrorist organization to disrupt the meeting that Azazel had called for. That was nothing that they all shouldn't have anticipated. But the fact that Valley Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor, and with that Issei's destined rival, and one of Azazel's allies, had actually sided with them. After Chaos Brigade. In this case, the subgroup calling itself the True Satan faction, led by a woman named Kateria Leviathan, a descendant of one of the original Devil Kings, had started their attack. Valley had openly declared his alliance to them and challenged Issei to a fight. He wasn't happy about it at all. He would have rather concentrated on dealing with the attacking terrorists. But Valley didn't exactly give him a chance, as he hinted, he would even target his teammates if he didn't. True, as he used his telepathy, Issei could feel no real intention behind this threat. But his desire to fight him was certainly real. And it was not as if Valley would just let him walk away from this, so there was no great choice. Both of them had activated their balance breakers and were now in their full dragon scale armors, exchanging blows and shots. All that while Issei is constantly boosting his own power, while Valley was dividing it and transferring part of it to himself. So far none of them had truly gotten the upper hand. Boost, 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 boost. Divide, 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 divide. The voices of the two dragons howled through the room around them and through their minds. You are good. Red Dragon Emperor. I admit that. Valley stated. You have even surpassed my best expectations, given that you have only unlocked your powers a short time ago and don't have that much experience yet. But that makes it even better. In some time you will actually be able to give me the fight I wanted. Valley. Issei asked, why are you doing this? Isn't that obvious? He replied, shrugging with his shoulders. The Chaos Brigade has offered me the chance to test myself and fight against strong opponents, a far better one than Azazel could, now that he is making peace with his enemies. So, of course, I have accepted their offer, the White Dragon Emperor explained. And for that, you are siding with terrorists. Issei called out. People who are attacking my hometown. People who are willing to let them try to kill us all. Just for that. Just for that, you say. Valley retorted. You should know that this, fighting strong opponents, is the purpose of my life. I see, Issei responded. Then I guess talking has no sense here, he said and sent a cut with the Chronos sword at his opponent, while preparing a dragon shot with his other hand. No, it doesn't, Valley replied smiling, preparing a blast of his own. Both their attacks clashed with each other and dissipated. Once again they charged at each other in their armors and exchanged blow after blow. But slowly, Valley was getting the upper hand. His experience, raw power, and skill was still far greater than Issei's. XXX. In some distance he could in this moment see Azazel fighting the leader of the assault. Kateria was a tall, imposant looking, and not unattractive, he admitted, female devil. She had light brown hair and was wearing glasses despite being a supernatural being, similar to Sona and Tsubaki. Issei hadn't gotten a good look, but by what he could make out from the distance from her figure, her backquota sets didn't seem to be bad either. It was a shame that she was a terrorist and Azazel Dono would probably kill her. Okay. He thought. This was not the time for his perverted urges, he told himself. He could work them out later, with Rainer and or Irina. One thing was clear. Kateria was losing against Azazel, and badly. Even after a strange power-up a minute ago, when her energy suddenly increased, she was still outmatched against Azazel, who was wearing a golden battle armor, an artificial sacred gear that he had created, as he had loudly declared. Kateria was clearly finished, as Issei could see. She had thrown everything at Azazel that she had and he shrugged it off. And her energy was now at its limits. But then something happened that surprised both Azazel and Issei himself. Katere's arm was suddenly stretching itself and leashing out to the fallen angel leader. Issei could sense the intent of the surprise attack immediately. She didn't even made any attempt to shield her thoughts, a suicide assault. She was trying to take her opponent out, along with herself. XXX. Azazel. Issei called out. He sent out another slash from the sword of Kronos. At the point where Katere's arm was. Like always, no time passed between the point where Issei sent out the attack and when it hit its target. A wide, visibly bleeding, cut appeared on the female devil's arm, and she cried out in pain. Azazel used the chance and threw the spear that he was carrying with his battle armor through Katere's body and she disintegrated moments later with a loud scream. In the same moment however Issei felt something collide with the helmet of his scale armor and was thrown to the ground. You should not let yourself get distracted during a fight. Red Dragon Emperor, Valley, who had just used the chance to strike him, stated. You can be glad that I wouldn't want to win through a cheap shot like that. Another opponent might not be so merciful. Issei had enough. He looked up to Valley, who was standing before him with a smug expression. He felt his anger coming over him. This guy was forcing him into a one-to-one fight, just when his friends and his school were under attack. He was keeping him from assisting his friends. And he didn't even seem serious about his intention to join Chaos Brigade. He was just doing this because he was out for a fight. Issei couldn't help himself to growl. But at the same time he tried to hold back his anger and struggled to stay controlled. He remembered what Gariel and then Darien and the spirits of King Arthur and Merlin had told him again and again. He needed to think, to see the situation from a brighter view, to understand. Falling into a rage and attacking blindly would help nobody and maybe even make everything worse. He had been told that many of his counterparts had exactly that failure, quick to act without thinking, quick to make judgments and slow to change them afterwards, letting his personal desires and interest getting in his way of seeing things objectively. Issei forced himself to calm down. Valley was a battle maniac, so much was clear. But maybe he also had different reasons to join Chaos Brigade. He would withhold judgment of that until later. But it was clear that Valley would not simply let him go. He needed to bring him down somehow. Or at least get him so far to break off this battle for the moment, so that Issei could help the others. If Valley wanted a fight, he would give it to him. But for that he needed more power, even if it was only temporarily. Like during the Juggernaut drive. But it was gone, wasn't it? Moment. The uncontrollable rage connected with Juggernaut drive was caused by the collective hatred and bitterness of the past hosts, that was not longer there. But the power should still be, shouldn't it? Didrag. Issei asked. You are right, partner. The power, the full access to my potential is still there, even if Juggernaut drive itself is not. And with Darien's powers mixing more and more with my own, I admit that I am not sure what exactly the outcome will be when we activate it. Is it dangerous? For us? Maybe. For the others? Probably no. Without the suppressed rage of my old hosts, it is just our power. But there is still a risk that it might be too much for you. I see. But if my body get overloaded, is there not a risk that the power gets out of control and damages the city? Just like Azazel had feared back then, he thought. Maybe. Didrag admitted. Then we should get to a safe distance. Issei nodded subtly. He lifted off the ground. Valley. He addressed him. I want to go all out. Let us get out of the town. I don't want to endanger everyone. This statement only brought a smile on the White Dragon Emperor's face. Now we are finally speaking the same language. Issei Hyodo, he remarked, and followed him in a short distance, flying out of the town. As they were a few miles away, Issei turned around in the air and faced him again. Now, Hyodo, what are you planning to do? He asked. Issei just smiled. while he was using his now controlled anger and wish for more power, and tried to channel it, mixing it with his desire to protect everyone in the school and the town, not just the people closest to him. I who is about to awaken. Ddraig started his chant, and the heavily dragon who has taken the Juggernaut drive, Valley whispered, surprised that his rival would actually try such a move. But he wouldn't let him. He would just not give him the time to end the chant. But then suddenly everything changed. XXXXXXX flashback end. The present. Issei concentrated. He tried to bring himself into the same mindset he had been in during that fight. The same mixture of anger, determination and, well, you could probably call it mental clearness. Are you ready, Ddraig? He asked loud. I am, partner. He replied, when you are. Then let us do this, Issei said, silently this time, so that Karen wouldn't hear him. Hopefully this time we get it better. Trust me, we will, the dragon stated. We have been training for weeks to control this state better. But we are still far from perfect, he said. His eyes wandered to Karen, whose body was nearly bursting with energy, a confident smirk on his face. It was clear that he thought he had them cornered. You are helpless, he told them. Only a few more moments and the reactor will overload, and then, you will all pay for ruining my plans for this world. Even if your friends will succeed with their plan for a barrier, it will not stop the explosion completely. And even then I will have at least the pleasure of taking you three with me. He smirked. But he didn't know what Issei could do. Then however, from one moment to the other, something happened what was completely unexpected. As his exorcist double was still facing Karen, keeping him on guard, while Issei was preparing his new technique, the double of Irina suddenly turned around and stabbed her blade through her best friend's stomach. Her eyes, Issei saw now, were shining in a bright bizarre-looking yellow. What the? Issei exclaimed. Look out! His future counterpart shouted from the distance, it is a spirit wraith. What? The Issei remembered about what they had told him about the events from their world. He saw how a strange, black fog-like substance was leaving the other Irina's body, like a shadow. Spirit wraith, the same kind of creature they had once encountered. A being like this had nearly destroyed their Rias mind and soul. This one however was obviously even able to take over other people's bodies. Issei. She called out in horror as she came back to her senses and saw what she had done. No, she cried. Tears were falling from her eyes. It looked as if it was somehow his fate to be stabbed to death by his girlfriend, Issei thought with some bitter sarcasm. Karen on the other side, was laughing. Very good Phantom. Good work, he declared still laughing. He raised his hand to blast the fallen sacred gear user and the crying girl next to him. It seems you will die even earlier than expected, he said smiling, too bad. XXX. Damn it, future Akano shouted as she saw from the distance what was about to happen. Wait, Issei's future counterpart said to her, we need to stay here if we want to contain the explosion. We need to keep the shields intact that we have erected or all of us will die, and half of the people on this planet as well, Cao Cao added. She wanted to respond, but she knew they were right. Karen was threatening to destroy the entire continent, including all of them here. XXX Issei saw how the formless substance that had left Exorcist Irina's body suddenly disappeared, as if it had dissolved or transported itself away. Damn it. His exorcist double was still motionless on the ground, he could sense now that he was still alive. But Karen ready to kill him and his Irina. He had to interfere, but he couldn't break his concentration now. But before he moved, something else happened yet again. Before his eyes, a figure, a young girl wielding a sword, materialized in front of him, just in front of his injured counterpart and his Irina. Right between them and Karen. She was holding her weapon in a defense position. As the Shah commander fired, she blocked it with her blade. Issei took a closer look at her blade and saw to his surprise, that it was another Excalibur. What? Karen asked in surprise. Who are you? Wait, Issei said. You are this spirit, the one that my counterpart had said is bounded to him. You are wielding an Excalibur as well. The weapon is a part of your manifestation, right? But how? Yes, I am, the girl answered. My name and who I am is not important right now, she told him. I will protect this version of you, like always. Continue with what you are trying to do, Issei Hyodo, she said. Okay. He replied, serious. Issei remembered. XXXXXXX. Flashback, I who is about to awaken, am the heavily dragon who has taken the PR. Ddrake's chant was suddenly interrupted in mid-sentence, as the power was starting to flow into Issei nearly uncontrolled, filling every fiber of his body and his mind, his entire being. Even Valley, who was watching everything, looked more than surprised. Issei's entire body was glowing with a red energy and his eyes were lighting up bright green. More and more power was building up inside him. But that was not everything. It was as if his senses were stretching out, nearly as if he was here and yet at many other places at once, as if thousands of voices were shouting at him at the same time. Issei could barely take it. The energy flowing through his body was practically painful. He nearly felt as if he was bursting. To that came the screaming in his head. He could barely hold his senses together. It was nearly like Juggernaut Drive, nearly. But without the uncontrollable rage and madness, and somehow, barely, he could sustain it. He tried to focus on the power, Ddrake's power, and tried to concentrate it on Valley. And then suddenly it happened. Issei felt it, his energy channeling itself and taking form. He imagined, thought about what he wanted, and then a thought formed in his mind, and then reality followed his single mental command. ... A large form suddenly shaped itself in the air above them. It was the giant claw of a dragon, a red claw, surrounded by flames. Ddrake's, formed out of thin air. Valley, for all his power, could only watch with an expression of shock, as it smashed down at him with an incredible speed. The last thing Issei could see was that it had obviously shattered Valley's scale armor, that disappeared one moment later, before he passed out, not longer able to stand the overload of his body and his senses. XXX as he awoke again a short time later, he was surrounded by his teammate, Rias Peerage, and the three faction leaders Azazel, Searzex and Michael, who told him that Valley had returned to the town, carrying his unconscious form, and dropped him right before their feet, telling them that it had been a good fight and he was looking out to doing this again, before he joined the other surviving members of the attack and left. Crazy bastard, Issei thought. But at least Valley didn't kill him and even brought him back to the others. Ultimately it had been another lesson for him not to judge people too quickly. The others told him that the rest of Chaos Brigade had started to retreat shortly after they had lost their leader. It looked as if his entire display against Valley had not changed much in the end. But this new power that he had discovered, XXXXXXX. Flashback 2, and Issei gave a smile and a short nod to the girl spirit, who was standing in front of his counterpart in Irina, who was just coming to her feet again and raised her own weapon to defend his counterpart's body as well. Ddrake, Issei said once again. I am ready. The dragon replied. A chant was not longer necessary, or even a command, neither was anger or hatred, it was alone Issei's and Ddrake's combined will, their desire, that triggered the transformation. Once again his body started to glow in the same red light and his eyes shimmered green. His scale mail materialized once again. But it was changing. Instead of the hulking armor that covered his entire form, it formed itself into a skin-tight armored body. Head and face were left free with this transformation. Two metallic dragon wings were appearing on his back. But they were thinner and sleeker than the ones of his usual balance breaker form. That were the physical differences. At the same time Issei's mind was reaching out to the world around him. He could hear the voices in his head again. He knew by now that it were the thoughts of the people around him. But they were much fewer and quieter than the last time. Mostly because he was this time not close to a city and there were fewer people in 100 miles distance. His telepathy was now fully active and had grown even stronger. It was as if he literally looking through the eyes of others. His mind seemed to be at a dozen places at once. His perception of the world itself had changed. It was as if he could "see" the movements of molecules, "watch" the flow of time. His mind registered all this, even if his actual physical eyes did not. And he could influence these things, bend them to his will. He had now absorbed the power of the Sword of Kronos into himself, and possessed countless others. Was this how Darien and the other Guardian leaders, the "lords" and other "higher beings" saw the world? Was Ddrake able to notice these things? In my original form? Yes, I was able to if I wanted. It feels good to see the world from this perspective again. But you know we have not much time. Hurry up. Yes, Issei answered mentally. He turned back around, facing Karen. The Shaw leader actually looked a bit unsettled about Issei's latest transformation, and he tried to speed up the process he had started in the ship's reactor and blow it up right now. But nothing happened. Issei had just stopped time around the ship's power core. The surprise and shock on Karen's face was now obvious. What? Why? He asked, before his own supernatural senses told him what had happened. You are finished now, Karen. Issei and Diedrag said to him at the same time, speaking with one voice. You will take nobody with you. Issei had been thinking about just controlling Karen's mind and forcing him to stop the chain reaction in the reactor. But the Shaw commander had strong mental defenses, and it was good possible that even he himself was not able to stop what he had started. And Issei knew he would only be able to stay in this state for a short time. He had only one chance. His mind was reaching out. He started to bend the space around both the ship and Karen's own body, and then he concentrated even more, and Issei's powers created a rift in it, a wormhole. No! Karen shouted as he began to realize what was happening. No! Split seconds later he and the ship were gone, disappeared from the face of the Earth, and reappeared in open space, in an orbit far above the planet. Hyodo, was his last angry thought, as his body was left in the vacuum, that alone would kill even him, and at the same time the explosion was triggered and the wrecked ship, he and everything in hundreds of miles around them, vanished in a large ball of fire. The explosion was to see even down on Earth, where Issei and the others were standing. Wow! Future Issei murmured. He knew that his younger counterpart had different abilities than he did, but this. He asked himself how long it would take for his other self to catch up to him. Your younger counterpart is talented, so much is clear, future Rainer said, grinning. I will go now and help the other one. She spread her wings and flew off to heal Issei's exorcist counterpart, now that their barrier was no longer needed. With the way her powers had grown by now, including the twilight healing, she could have also easily healed him from the distance. But something just urged her to fly over to him. XXX. In the same moment, present Issei collapsed and sank down to his knees. His new battle armor disappeared and his eyes returned to their natural color. I did it, he whispered. Yes, you did, Diedrag responded. Any idea how we should call this new technique, Diedrag? Issei asked. I am thinking. Your future counterpart called his form that replaced the Juggernaut drive Crimson Cardinal promotion. But since your powers have changed, this was clearly something different. Since it seems to have awoken both of our potentials, Issei stated, how about Crimson Awakening? It sounds good. I like it, Diedrag said. XXX. As it looks it is over, Cao Cao commented. We will leave now, he said to future Issei, who was still standing next to him. Issei's counterpart gave him a short nod, before the members of the hero faction teleported away. XXX future Rainer had just finished healing his exorcist counterpart's injuries. Issei. I am sorry, Irina cried out. Don't be. It wasn't your fault, exorcist Issei answered weakly. That wasn't you. The small flinch on this Rainer's face was barely visible. No, it wasn't, she thought. This had been a monster taking over Irina's body. But in her case, it had truly been herself who had done it. She asked herself if she would ever stop feeling pained about it, or if she even wanted to. She should feel bad about this. A part of her was actually glad that she finally felt enough regret to be hurt by it. She turned around to Issei. You were really good here, kid, she said. Do you have a girlfriend? She asked with a sarcastic grin. Yes, I do, he replied. Actually, he had more than one, but he knew exactly which one he meant. You should be careful, she can be a real bitch, he said, smiling back in the same manner. This only caused future Rainer to laugh out. Exactly my type of girl, she remarked. By the way, we should see how little me, and your Gariel and the others are doing in Kuo, right Issei-kun? She turned to future Issei and Akino who just arrived. XXXXXXX alternate Kuo Rainer was still in the middle of the town that had been turned into a battlefield a few minutes ago. Gariel was standing next to her. She had just finished healing one of the devils of Sona Saitri's peerage and was now starting with a human who had been lying close by. But there was no telling how many other injured humans were lying somewhere inside or between the damaged buildings around. She should not even give a damn, she told herself. This here were humans and devils. She should not care about the first and should actually be happy if a few of the second group died. But that seemed like a long time ago, that she had been thinking like that. Now she was standing here, healing injured humans and devil. She nearly felt as if she was Asia. Well, that did she expect. As she took the power of the twilight healing, it should have been obvious to her that she would actually be healing people with it, she thought sarcastically. The point was, she wanted to heal this people. She truly didn't want anyone here to die because of this current madness. The last months she had been living with humans and even devils truly seemed to have taken their toll on her. Beside that, it might truly help the Azazels of this world's plans for peace, if a fallen angel was helping the inhabitants of Kuo. Given that he had similar plans like the one in her world, of course. Raynor concentrated, commanded her sacred gear to follow her will. She channeled her own energy as a fallen angel, as well as the power of the phoenix flame she had been given during the training and the dragon powers she had gotten from her future counterpart, and indirectly future issei, and concentrated them to power up the twilight healing. The powers she had received from her older self were now finally taking their full effect. More and more energy was being built up and channeled through her body. Raynor was surrounded by a pillar of red and green flames. The radius of the greenish light around her was now shining over the entire town's district. All over this area, people who had been caught in the fighting were being healed. Wounds were disappearing, bones were growing back together, lost blood was restored. Ironically, in many cases, they were feeling better than they had been before they got injured in the first place. As all this was happening, a fourth pair of wings was materializing on Raynor's back. The dragon power she had received had now taken full effect and bonded itself to the phoenix power and the twilight healing, and this had raised her strength to a new level. But she asked first didn't even notice, since she was too concentrated on what she was doing. As she turned around, the remaining injuries of the devils, who were standing close by, had also disappeared. I have to say, that was truly impressive, Gariel said. Well, I did want to have the twilight healing on every price, so I should of course goddamn use it to its full extent, right? Raynor commented. Yes, Gariel replied smiling, but that is not all what I meant. Look at your wings. The fallen angel turned her head on for the first time saw the new pair. Welcome to ultimate class, Gariel commented. I have to say, I wish I could increase my power as easily as you. It seems we are done here, the exorcist version of Xenovia stated. We are, Heba's counterpart said. Moment. Someone interrupted them. It was Sona, the one from this world. You have helped us and we are thankful for it. But we still want to know who exactly you are. Yes, Holy Sword Wielders and fallen angels working together is something you don't see every day, Rias Grimori stated. Gariel and Raynor exchanged a short look. They remembered the trouble it caused as the devils from their world had found out about their organization. These four are exorcists from the church, as they had already told you. 2 pairs of twin of Holy Sword Wielders, Gariel stated, gesturing to the 2 versions of Xenovia and Kiba. The devils were only looking at her dumbfounded, not quite believing her explanation. They all knew how rare people with the ability to use holy blades were. But what other explanation was there? After all, it clearly were 2 identical pairs of Holy Sword Wielders. Raynor and I are part of a group that has found out about this and wanted to stop it, Gariel said. That we are also fallen angels is just a coincidence. If you ever see one of us again, in this world, she thought we will act as if this here never happened. That is all we can tell you. One last thing. There is now a chance for peace between our factions. We have heard that people in both the Grigori and Heaven are already working for it. I hope that you won't let your personal fears or ambitions stand in its way, when the time comes. With this, the 2 fallen angels formed 2 magic circles beneath their feet and teleported away, taking the 4 exorcists, both versions of Xenovia and Kiba, with them, and leaving the still quite confused devils behind. XXXXXXX miles away, 2 beings who had been watching the entire battle were discussing the outcome. It looks our little guardian group and your protege and his team have won, Faust's manifestation stated. Well, it seems it was a good decision to order the rest of Karen's crew to retreat. Otherwise we would have lost them all needlessly. They did, Zelrech responded quietly. Like the Lord. Next to him, his senses had been following the entire battle. Their agreement, however, kept him from interfering. Still, it was the lesser evil by far. Even if Karen had succeeded in wiping out a continent, Faust, if he fully entered this world, could have destroyed the entire planet countless times over. Are you happy that is still alive? Faust asked him smoothly. But on the other side, I am sure you also have your eyes on many other candidates in other realities, to serve your purposes if need to, the apparition commented. Tell me one thing. How many people, how many versions alone of Issei Hyodo, in how many worlds have you given this spirit cards? Why do you want to know? And why should I tell you? Zelrech questioned. You don't have to. I am just curious. But you know I could find out the answer by myself quite easily, Faust responded. Well, I will leave now. I am sure you have other matters to attend to as well. I just hope that your interests won't collide with mine or the Order's in the future. You are an interesting character and I would truly not like to destroy you. With that he disappeared. The being named Zelrech stayed behind, thinking about how things went down. He had indeed many other candidates in other realities. All of them showed at least the potential to become great heroes and protect their worlds. One or two of them were even other issei Hyudus. XXXXXXX. The remaining members of the two, actually three, groups were meeting one last time. We wanted to say, thank you, the exorcist version of Issei said to his two counterparts and their teammates who were still present. You have saved our lives and prevented a disaster from happening. Yes, you are truly great, Irina added, even if you are all complete perverts. Irina, exorcist Zenobia hissed. What? You know this is true, she replied. Yes, but it is very impolite to say something like that to our saviors. Even if it is true, exorcist Zenobia said. You are just saying the same thing, Isaiah teased her a bit. Maybe you hope secretly that your issei would become more like ours, future Akeno commented grinning. I am sure you would like the things they are doing with us on a regular base. Should I tell you some detail to get your issei some inspiration? The two exorcist girls were now deep red in their faces. Even their own Zenobia and Irina seemed a bit flustered. Oh, and Zenobia, if you cannot decide between your version of Kiba and issei, you can always try both of them at the same time, one in your pussy, one in your ass. Believe me, you don't know what you are missing, future Akeno said dreamily. Akeno, this is enough, future Issei said. You are a bit too extreme. And if even I think you are too extreme, it truly means something. Okay Issei-kun, she replied now, meekly at the outside, but still quite playful. Both Rainers and also some of the others, had to hold back their laughter at the antics of the human fallen angel hybrid. We will leave now, Issei said to the exorcists. We will probably return somewhere in the future to see how things have turned out in this world. And if the actions of the Shah here had any lasting impact, Gariel added. So goodbye, at least for now. We will see us, Issei said. Goodbye, his exorcist double said. Do me a favor, if you find this creature that had forced me to hurt Issei-kun, get it for me, exorcist Irina exclaimed. Don't blame yourself for this, Issei's exorcist counterpart told her. As I said, it wasn't you. Count on us, we will, Rainer replied. Issei used the control device that he himself was wearing and opened a portal that would send them back to the home dimension of the Guardians, and from there, after they gave a report about what happened here, they would return to their own homeworld and join the others. This time, without Karen's interference, the portal worked without a glitch. None of them knew yet what had happened to their teammates. XXXXXXX. Somewhere in another world Irina was now walking through the streets of a town, somewhere in another universe. On the first look, it was a major town, just like many in her own world. But her senses told her this city was anything but normal. The truth was, she could sense a large number of supernatural powers. There had to be many powerful beings living here, possibly hundreds of them. But they felt different from anything Irina had ever seen in her world. Many, if not most, didn't even seem to be magical in origin, at least not in the way she knew it. No great surprise. This was a different universe after all. And as far as she could tell, all these energies were human. So it seemed powerful gifted humans were nothing unusual in this world. Or at least that there were far more common than in her own. But that was not even the strangest thing. No, it was that, at least as far as she could make out, some of these energies were feeling completely identical, at least to her. Backquote Merlin. She thought. You are right, Irina. The soul shard of the sorcerer sealed inside her weapon answered her. These energies are practically the same, and there are at least 10 or 11 of them, maybe more. Most of them are somewhere at the other side of the city. 4 others, however, are very close to us. There is also a last one that is very similar, the strongest as it seems, that is by itself. Backquote, are you sure? Irina asked. Yes, their energy is so similar that I cannot feel a real difference. And it seems that most of these identical powers are at the same places. That is probably no coincidence. Backquote, what should I do? She asked desperately. Backquote, I have truly been transported to the wrong universe. Will the others be able to find me? They will be able to, right? She was afraid. She didn't want to be lost here. She didn't want to never see the others again. She felt horrified at the thought. She was walking along a street on a sidewalk, while she was holding this mental conversation. A few people came across her. But nobody paid attention to the worn out and a bit tattered looking, but otherwise seemingly normal girl. I cannot answer you your question for sure. Merlin replied. Remember, I am just a small part of the soul of a man who had died a long time ago. I am not even Merlin's full spirit. I possess his knowledge at the time he died, but not much more. I know nothing about this new technologies. But I am able to use logic. If you have landed in this world due to a failure in the system, then the others who have traveled at the same time. Backquote, then the other might be lost as well, Irina realized terrified. Backquote, Rias, Calawarner and Akano. Hopefully the same won't be happen to Issei and the others. Yes, hopefully this failure was only temporarily, Merlin stated. But even then, searching for 4 would take much more time than only for one person. Backquote, that means even if they are searching for me, it might take a long time before they find me, she stated. Yes. Backquote, what should I do? Irina asked herself. Backquote, until they find me. If they ever did, a part of her felt doubt. No, she couldn't think like that. Issei would find her. He would. But what should she do until then? Maybe she could ask someone here for help, find some place to live. But how should she know who to trust? She would just have to risk it. I believe you should not tell anybody that you are an exorcist, Merlin stated. At least until you know for sure that something like an exorcist even exists in this world and that it means the same thing. Backquote, yes, of course. For all she knew, the church could be hated in this reality or something, she thought. It was really wiser to not say too much about herself for the beginning. But she would need to introduce herself to someone sooner or later, getting to know the people here. She was walking around aimlessly for another few minutes. Then, however, she found herself heading in the direction of the 4 energies closest to her, 4 of the identical ones. She couldn't help her curiosity. Irina completely suppressed her own energy. She knew she shouldn't have been surprised by what she saw. It were 4 girls that were crossing her way, 4 completely identical looking girls. They all had shoulder-length brown hair, gray eyes, and were wearing the same clothes, that consisted of light gray shirts and short dark blue miniskirts. Even the shoes they were wearing were the same. Backquote, quadruplets. Irina thought. That would not explain the identical energy signatures. Or why there are over a dozen of them, Merlin replied. I rather think this are some sort of organic homunculi, or as you say in your time, clones. Backquote, what? Irina was now directly in front of them, walking in the opposite direction to them on the sidewalk and crossing their path. She was overhearing a bit of the things they were saying. The movie was really good. We should do something like that more often, this Masaka says, one of the 4 identical girls stated. Yes, it was entertaining, a second one replied. But it would have been even better if I had watched it with Tuma-kun. This Masaka had learned that going to the cinema and watching movies together is a typical way for boys and girls to spend their time on dates. Despite the topic of their conversation, just like the first one, the girl's voice seemed to show barely any emotion. Backquote, what the? Irina thought about the way these girls were talking. This Masaka agrees. This experience would be even more enjoyable, the first clone said, not paying any attention to the short subtle glare the second one was sending her for a moment. But Oni-san would probably not like this, she said. She would probably try to interfere, if she found out. Yes, she is always denying her own feelings for him, but at the same time keeps others from getting close to him, the second clone stated. She is, how is the term? A tsundere, this Masaka say. Irina was now getting out of hearing range and could not get more of the conversation. The topic was actually quite normal. One of them, or, like it sounded, at least two of them, seemed to like a boy. But this Oni-san was obviously interested in him as well, but didn't want to admit it, but still getting in the way. Yes, it would have been completely normal girl talk, if it were not for the little fact that they all were obviously copies of the same person. What now? Irina asked herself once again. She would need a place to stay, while she was waiting for the others to find her. I guess I will have to ask someone for help, she thought. At best I ask one of the people with powers. I will just tell them that someone is after me or something. Someone like that could probably believe this easier. That would not even be a real lie, Merlin responded. If our enemies would find you here, you could get in real danger. But if you want to do that, why have you not just asked the clones? Are you kidding me? Don't you think that these girls were kind of creepy? If Merlin's soul shard had a face, he would have rolled with his eyes. XXXXXXX. In another world, Akano was in a quite similar situation. She was in this moment sitting on the couch in the living room, inside a bizarre counterpart of Issei's home, together with an even more bizarre, obviously human, counterpart of Rias. At the outside, the house looked nearly exactly like the one where Issei's family was normally living. But at the inside she quickly realized that it was far from the same. The walls were at several places decorated with magical and supernatural items. She could sense the leftovers of powerful mystical energy and spells that had obviously been used in this house. From the outside, she had not been able to sense any of it, but here. While Issei in her world, and as it looked in many others, was involved with the supernatural, his parents were completely normal people. Here however obviously not. What exactly were the Hyudus in this world? And to that came another thing. Her. You know Akano, you're awfully quiet today, Rias said to her. This counterpart of Rias Grimori looked nearly like a reverse version of her best friend, or a bizarre caricature from a cartoonist. She had brown hair instead of red, her breasts were so small that you could think she didn't even had any. She was wearing glasses, and she was human for damn's sake. How could this even be? She asked herself. To that came that curiously, from time to time, this Rias was talking with an obvious Irish accent. But as it looked only if she wanted to. Damn it, she had to tell her, Akano thought. She had still not told her that she was not truly the same Akano she knew. The last thing she wanted, was that these people thought she was trying to impersonate their Akano or something. And if the Hyudus of this world were truly some kind of mages and connected to the supernatural, this misunderstanding could get really ugly. Rias, I have to tell you something, she said. You can spare yourself that, the human Rias responded. I know perfectly well what is going on. Why you do? Akano asked. That could not be, she thought. What exactly are you planning to do? Rias said now. Some prank that you have made up together with Sharon. Or are you planning to seduce Issei again? Sharon. Kanako's real name. Seducing Issei. Akano repeated mentally. And now you are sitting here completely quietly and pretending everything is alright. Rias continued. Let me make one thing clear. You and Sharon can make fun of me, I don't care. But there is no way I let you fuck Issei before me. Your boobs might be a bit bigger than mine. A bit. Akano thought incredulously, looking at her practically not present cleavage. Yes, clear. But the first one to enjoy Issei-kun's body and to take his large dick inside her, will be me, she declared proudly. She actually had her fist balled in some kind of imposing looking gesture. Okay. This was clearly not the same Rias she knew, Akano said to herself. She sounded more like a mixture of the Rias she knew and a female Issei. But on the other side, she couldn't help to like her mindset. But she had far important matters on her mind right now. The others would locate her sooner or later, she told herself. At least she had to believe that, if she didn't want to fall into complete panic. But till then, she needed to stay somewhere. And that meant she should better win the trust of this people. And letting this Rias continue to think she was their Akano was certainly the wrong way to do that. Moment. Akano called out, "You misunderstand. What I wanted to tell you is, I am not the same Akano you know." Rias was only looking at her incredulous. "Oh yes?" she asked. "And what are you then? A clone? A double from a parallel universe?" she questioned sarcastically. Actually it is. It is the second one," Akano said quietly. "Very funny," Rias replied sarcastically. "Could you not think of something better? I might be a manga worshipper, but I am serious." "Okay. So you are Akano's evil double from another universe," she stated grinning. "I am not evil," she replied. "Well, not much," she whispered, barely hearable. "Ah. Then, you are the good and our Akano is the evil one," Rias said, laughing. "That would explain a lot." "I mean it. By what you said, your Akano is not a devil, right?" "Look." In this moment Akano revealed her aura, that she had been suppressing until now, and materialized her mismatched set of fallen and devil wings. Rias was now staring at her with open mouth. You are," she stammered for a moment, before she seemed to catch herself again. Her expression turned deadly serious and Akano felt power rising up from her. In this moment, something materialized on the human Rias' left arm. She was a sacred gear user, Akano realized. She could have probably sensed the residing energy in her earlier as well, if she had paid more attention. But she had just been too shocked. She could barely believe it. This version of Rias possessed the boosted gear. "Who are you?" Rias asked her angrily. "Has this bitch Sona send you?" Sona. Akano once again thought confused. Why would this Rias have a problem with her? Well, it was an alternate world, right? And they heard the front door being opened once again. "Don't move," Rias told her seriously. "We will see what Issei-kun has to say about ya." As the group of people who had just arrived entered the living room, Akano got the shock of her life. Not because of the counterpart of Issei who had just come in, or her own double, who was looking nearly exactly like her, or even Kaneko or Sharon, as she seemed to call herself here. No, the reason was the woman standing directly behind them. It was a woman looking very similar to herself, only older, a woman who in her world has been dead for many years. "Mother," Akano said in complete shock. "XXXXXXX Guardian Home Universe. What do you mean? They are not here?" Issei asked, completely shocked. He, flanked by Rainer, Gariel and Asia, was looking at Odin and Darien, who were standing before him with nearly unreadable expressions. "Bucho and Akano are missing." Kiba called out as well. "Like you told us, they had tried to transport back to your home universe, shortly before the battle ended," Odin explained, "but they had never arrived there. As it seems, the energy outbursts caused by this Karen's self-destruction tactic must have caused the control mechanisms of the portals to malfunction." "Wah. Then tell me where they did end up instead, so we can get them back," he exclaimed. "You don't understand," Darien stated sternly. "Through the malfunction in the system, they could have landed anywhere, in any of thousands of universes. Since you said they transported separately, it is very likely that they had not even all arrived in the same universe." But that would mean." Issei stammered. They are lost." "We will find them," Darien said. "As you know, we are able to detect disruptions in the natural flow in different universes' space-time, like for example caused by transfers between the dimensions. The problem is that, like Darien said, there are countless worlds." Odin pointed out. "And we are not the only ones traveling between them. But believe me, we will find them. I could take us some time. Maybe months, maybe more, but we will." Issei turned his head to his future counterpart and his group, who were standing close by. They all were looking at him with sympathy. "We will take care of all things in Kuo," future Issei told him. "Just concentrate on finding your friends. Like we have agreed, we will deal with Chaos Brigade and the other problems in your world. We can also take your place at school for a bit if you want. Nobody will even realize you are gone." "Thank you," Issei said. XXXXXXX somewhere in the multiverse. In yet another world, Rias Grimori was realizing in this moment that she was having great problems. She was standing here inside the club room of the Occult Research Club, looking into the grim face of herself. So you really think you can just walking into my territory and trying to pull a stunt like that? Rias said to Rias. What were you planning? Were you thinking you could just sneak in here, trying to replace me? If you thought that, you are really a fool. Kaneko had sensed you sneaking around the school before you came even close. Around them were sitting Akano, Kiba, Kaneko and Asia. It was nearly like home, nearly. Except the fact that she was a prisoner, captured by her own peerage. Tell me, who has sent you imposter? Chaos Brigade. The old Satan faction. The Grigori. Her counterpart asked. We will get the truth out of you soon enough. I should have you killed here and now for daring to imitate a member of the Grimori family like this, you lowlife. But I still have questions left for you. Then, when you have told me exactly who has sent you and how exactly they have changed you to look exactly like me, then you have my permission to die. XXXXXXX. What neither of them knew, that there was also another group at the town's border, that had set their sights on Kuo, more precisely on the devils living in it. This group consisted of members of the hero faction of Chaos Brigade. Siegfried, Jean, and Issei Hyodo. Everything is ready. He was talking through a magic circle to the person on the other end of the line. Our team is in position to strike. Good, Issei. Start when you are ready, Cao Cao's voice answered him. This is what you have been waiting for, right? Yes, this was what he had been waiting for, Issei Hyodo thought. Now he would finally have his revenge on Rias Grimori. XXXXXXX. Meanwhile, Calawarner was in a quite different situation. Just like Akano and Rias, she had arrived at the borders of Kuo, since it was quite close to the location where they had intended to arrive in their home universe. She had quickly realized that something was not right. The level of demonic energy in the town was not nearly as high as it should be. Thanks to the presence and the activities of the devils, there was usually always a certain amount of it over the city. But here, she could barely sense anything that proved their presence. It was nearly as if devils had been here once, but then abandoned the place. As she moved through the town, carefully, but with panic growing inside her more and more. As she arrived at the mansion her team was using as their HQ, she found it empty, with no sign that someone was living in it. Of course, she thought, because this wasn't her world. Something had gone wrong. She came to the same conclusion like the others, and she had been left alone. And like the others, she concluded that she would need to find a place to stay, to wait until the others would have located her. Best would it be probably if she joined the fallen angels of this world until then. The only good thing was that the devils in this world seemed to have left Kuo, or at least very strongly reduced their presence. So at least she wasn't surrounded by hostile devils as she arrived. During her walk through the town, she found what was probably the reason for this, as she was looking at the burned-out ruins of Kuo Academy. A sign at the front gate said that there had been a large fire, a few weeks ago, that had destroyed the building and killed over 20 students. A normal fire, destroying a school controlled by supernatural beings, Calawarner thought. Even if it had managed to cause some damage, before it had been stopped, the devils could have simply used their powers to restore everything. No, this had to have been an attack. Chaos Brigade, she questioned. There had been an attack on her world's version of Kuo Academy as well after all. Only that this one was obviously far more successful. Issei's mind was stretching out over time and space, over worlds and dimensions, trying to find the signs that he was looking for, trying to find them. While he was doing this, his thoughts were in perfect sync with Deidre's, whose powers were the whole time boosting his telepathy. It was a few days ago now that half of his team had been lost. Together with Darien, he was standing in a wing of the mansion that was the Guardian's headquarters, that resembled a large astronomical observatory, a quite futuristic one from the 27th century, however. Only that the forms of glowing orbs, stars and galaxies, above them were not the actual night sky over the mansion. It was a virtual display of various universes, assisted and manipulated by their own combined mental power, an astonishing mixture of futuristic technology and supernatural powers. Under the guidance of the Guardian leader, he and the dragon were now together using their supernatural senses to search the time streams of different universes for interruptions in their space-time. It was the same principle with that they had located the Shah and discovered their plot in the first place, where the entire problem had started. Whenever someone or something was transferred between the worlds, intentionally or per accident, such an interruption appeared. The problem was only that there were millions of universe out there, many thousands that were populated. That and the fact that the Guardians were by far not the only beings who traveled between the dimensions. The specific universe they currently concentrated on was shown as a full virtual star map, that showed entire groups of galaxies, while the others, close to it in the multiverse, were represented by small blue shimmering globes. Until they switched to another dimension and the one they had just watched shrunk down to just another small blue orb and another one took its place in full display. So they both were manipulating the virtual representation with nothing but their minds, as they were searching the universes for time stream breaches. Millions of worlds. XXX. How should we ever find them? Issei had asked in desperation. They have most likely been sent to worlds in your own cluster of universes, Darien had explained. Your control equipment is programmed to target only realities that are part of it. So it is unlikely that they have landed somewhere else, even with the malfunction. Unlikely, but not impossible. Issei questioned. As you have learned, something like absolute security doesn't exist in the multiverse, Darien replied. XXX, that might be true, but remember what your counterpart has told us. Didraig reminded him. Yes, Issei remembered. And even more, the controller was also hardwired to never, under any circumstances, send a traveler to a world those physical laws didn't allow life. So at least he could be sure that his friends had not been sent into a dead universe, one without air or with 100 times of gravity or something. Their cluster, that meant worlds that were close variations of his homeworld, with the 3 supernatural factions, the Great War, the Sacred Gears, his hometown Kuo and its role and similar similarities. But that still meant many hundreds of possibilities. But they would find them. He was completely sure about that. They would find them and reunite with them. And then they would all celebrate a goddamn party and exchange stories about everything that had happened. And then, he would also see Irina's boobs again, his thoughts started to wander off, and then they would have sex the entire night. No, he pushed this out of his mind. He had no time for this now, he told himself. He had to concentrate. Boobs and hot night would come later. Yes, they would find them, Issei promised himself, but it might take some time. He could only hope that they would take care of themselves until then. He thought a moment about Irina, how much she meant to him. Just like Rainer and Asia. Right now he was actually happy that they had left Asia at home. Who knew where she could be now? XXX Didraig was during all that silently supporting his partner. Still, he admitted this experience here was also quite interesting for him as well. He had never used his powers in this way before. It was pure telepathy, mixed with interdimensional magic and telekinesis. He had never come to the idea to use his powers like this. Of course, he never did have a reason to. There had never been a need for him to locate someone across several parallel dimensions. Yet, he admitted, whenever he had worked on creative ways to improve his abilities before, it was mostly to reach a higher level of magical power. It was the battle credo of the dragons, their mindset. They were not called "beings of power" for nothing. They were proud creatures and had their way to do things. Raw power against raw power, strength versus strength, the stronger one being the victor. His and Albion's signature techniques that they had developed so long ago were perfect examples of this. Boosting and dividing, both were ultimately simply a way to increase your own strength compared to your opponent. Of course, he also possessed high skills in telepathy and various forms of magic. But he never actually used them offensively in a fight. Well, one or two of his past hosts might have tried something in that direction, with limited success. Too many of them had just been too impatient and got drunk with power too easily. It had never crossed his mind to just remove the air around an opponent to weaken him. Or to cut off his conscious mind from using his powers. Or to distort time and space around him to make it impossible for him to use them. Or to simply freeze him in time. Just like he had never thought that someone would separate his mind and soul from his body and trap it into a sacred gear. And what had happened? But all that were also forms of power. Fighting your opponent in unexpected ways was not a show of weakness, it was one of strength, he knew all too well. He remembered how he had to deal with Albion's divide technique for the first time so long ago. It had caught him by surprise and would have cost him the fight, if he hadn't pushed himself and managed to boost several times at once to compensate. But that was long ago. Since he had arrived here along with Issei, they had met many powerful beings, many originally much weaker, but some of them came to rival or even surpass him. Using their powers in hundreds of different ways, exchanging ideas, training each other's abilities. And he was learning, along with Issei. Albion and his host would be getting a surprise when they were fighting the next time, Diedrag thought to himself smugly. They would soon face a completely new Red Dragon Emperor. One of the most difficult things he had to do about this situation, he had already brought behind himself. And that had been to tell Rias and Akino's families about their disappearance. 2 days earlier he, together with Rainer and Gariel, who supported him, had been meeting with Sirzex, Grafia, Rias' parents and Sona Citri and her queen from the Devils and Baraquile and Azazel from the Fallen Angels in Sona's office in Kuo Academy. None of them was anywhere close to happy when they heard the news. The future counterparts of himself, Rias and Sona were also in the room with them. They had asked to be present during the meeting. He was actually glad about this, since their presence helped a lot to calm the shocked and outraged Devils and Fallen Angel down somewhat. A situation like this reminded him once again just how damned powerful Sirzex was. Being around creatures like Darien and the other leaders of the Guardians could sometimes make one forget this. The energy the Super Devil started to radiate as he heard about what happened to his sister would have been enough to obliterate multiple countries. So you are telling me that Rias had been lost in some parallel world? He asked in a dangerous voice. And that on the first mission she had decided to join you on. I expected you to look out for her. And Akino as well? Baraquile asked. Issei nodded. I tried to protect them, he tried to explain. I wanted to send them back to this world because I wanted to keep them out of danger. But the control mechanism malfunctioned and they all already knew what happened. We are sure that they have arrived safely wherever they are. It is just that we don't know where. But you have no idea what these worlds are like where they have been sent. Venelana said. You have no idea what kind of danger could be there. No, he admitted. We are pretty sure that they have landed in worlds very similar to ours. That means our supernatural world and the 3 factions should exist there. Most likely. But that is no guarantee, Zeoticus stated. For all we know, the Great War might have never ended in one of these worlds. Or something even worse could be going on. Issei said nothing for a moment. You should not blame Issei for this, future Rias spoke up. By what I heard, he did everything he could to protect them. And if I have to remind you, my counterpart had volunteered for this position, and none of you had protested against it, despite that you knew the danger. You wanted a closer relationship with the Guardians from the beginning because you saw this as a chance to spread the Devil's influence beyond this world. And as my counterpart wanted to join Issei's team, you just saw this as another opportunity. I know you all too well. So don't try to put all the blame on Issei now. Sirzex, Zeoticus and Venelana flinched at her words for a moment and looked actually guilty. We didn't know something like this would happen, Zeoticus responded. He broke off his sentence. Venelana and Sirzex couldn't help to stare at the double of their missing daughter. Sorry, it is just a bit confusing, Venelana said. It is just, you are her and yet not. It is confusing. I know, future Rias answered. Look, I am 100% sure Issei-kun will bring them back. My Issei was always there for me and always protected me, she stated with a side look to his future counterpart. Even when I often didn't deserve it, she admitted. And by what I have seen, in this world, he is just the same. I am sure he will find them. Just give him some time. Sirzex nodded. Issei Hyodo, you will find my sister, he said in a stern voice. You will not tire until you have located her and Akino and the others and brought them back to safety. Do you promise this? I do, Issei replied. I am sure he will do his best, Baraquile, Azazel said to his old friend, laying his hand on his shoulder. And you will do your best to assist him, right Rainer? He asked her in a meaningful tone. Of course I will, my lord, Rainer replied. Wait a moment. Issei's future counterpart addressed him, as he and the others were just about to leave the room. There is something that might help you. XXXXXXX. Present now, all he had to do was to fulfill his promise and actually find them. Issei remembered what his other self had told him, and concentrated once again. No, the universe they were currently searching didn't show any signs of his friends. They switched to the next one. And again Issei focused his mind. Wait, there was something. Finally, a sign. But was it truly one of them, he asked himself, or something else? XXXXXXX Akino's world. Akino was in this moment staring at the person whose presence shocked her more than anything else. Who are you? Issei's counterpart asked her sternly. It may sound strange, but I am Akino Himahima. Just not the one you know. She is a devil, Rias stated. I am not sure we can trust her. But I willingly admitted that, Akino herself responded. I even powered up in front of you. If I were here to spy on you or something, would I have done that? Eke. She actually has a point here, Rias admitted. Imagine. She actually claims to be Akino's double from an alternate universe. Like in the Twilight Zone or something. The local counterparts of Kaneko and Akino herself, who had been staring at her the entire time, were now looking at her as if she was truly an alien. Okay. In some sense she really was one, she knew. She was not from this world after all. She could however also sense that the two other girls had also activated their powers, and were probably ready to attack her if needed, just like Issei's counterpart was. Neither of them was a devil, that much was clear. No wonder if Rias' counterpart was human. And given how she reacted to Sona, they might not have the best relationship to devils. What kind of fucked up universe was this anyway? Differences between universes were caused by decision points in the timeline, things that happened differently in the past. The further back, the greater the differences in the presence. But this, how could one person be in one world a devil and in another a human? It made no sense. Rias, is this some kind of joke from you? Akino asked her, crossing her arms. Have you somehow conjured this double with magic or something for a prank? No, I have not, Rias replied annoyed. It is just as I said. She was suddenly standing at the door. Shuri was also looking at the double of her daughter, they had found standing in their living room, in similar bewilderment. Okay. She had already seen many strange things since she and her daughter came to be living with Issei. And also before that with her husband. But she had simply not been expecting something like this today. She and the others were just supposed to return home and spend a quiet afternoon. She promised herself, if this actually turned out to be some twisted joke from Rias to get back at her daughter for one or another of her antics, she would have some words with her herself. Mother, Akino heard herself say, more quietly than the last time. But the others could hear her. She could not help herself. Seeing her alive was more than unsettling. But at the same time, a part of her was more than happy about it. While another part was screaming at her that this wasn't her true mother, not the Shuri she had known. This is my mother, you imposter, Akino told her with a sudden burst of anger. You don't know how good you have it, Akino only replied tonelessly. You don't know. What do you mean with that? Her double asked confused. But Akino only sank her gaze silently, her face suddenly filled with an expression of pain. Shuri Himahima had a strange feeling as she saw this. She actually had to fight the urge down to walk forward and take this girl into her arms, and that while the real Akino was standing right next to her. One thing was clear. This was not simply some magical created copy. It nearly felt as if she had suddenly two daughters, or more likely two versions of her daughter. Of course, her logical mind told her that this was bullshit. Issei, however, was just observing Akino in what seemed like silent curiosity. He had said nothing so far. Now, however, he raised his hand. It is true, he stated. She is a devil, a reincarnated one. I sense the evil piece inside her. But I can also sense her fallen angel side and what is left of her human one. He turned his head to the others. Sharon, he addressed Kaneko's counterpart. Would you take a look at her as well? The young Nekomata nodded. Of course Issei-senpai, she said respectfully. A moment later, as she had used her senses to examine the stranger, she was looking surprised. Her energy, it is practically identical to Akino's. Except for that this one had been turned into a devil, they actually feel like the same person, she stated. I thought the same thing, local Issei replied. So you are either another version of Akino Himahima, he turned to her, or a very well-made copy. Look, Akino responded, I just need a place to stay for a while, until my comrades have found me. You don't have to trust me, or even to like me. But please, I have no idea where else I could go. Issei was looking at her for a few moments silently, it seems he was thinking. Everyone's eyes turned to him. It was clear that he would make the decision. Of course, this was his house after all. But how she and her mother came to live with him, she didn't know. The first thought that came to her mind was of course that they were both his lovers, and maybe Kanako's and even Rias doubles as well. The Issei she knew would have certainly been excited about having a big-breasted mother-daughter duo in his bed. But what about her father Barakwell? If they were now Issei's lovers or not, why were they with him and not with her father? Had the attack of the Himahima clan ever happened in this world? This Issei here, however, didn't make the impression that he was a pervert like her worlds. No, he seemed cool and collected, like their Issei was when he truly had his things together, or like his exorcist counterpart. But you couldn't know for sure. The truth was, she didn't care much. She would have gladly had her mother and herself being fucked by Issei, if that only meant she would still be alive in her world. Deep down, she actually caught herself, as she was actually a bit aroused at the thought. You are a bad girl Akino, she thought to herself, a very bad girl. Okay. Issei's counterpart finally said. I think I know a place where you can stay. But don't misunderstand, that doesn't mean that we will simply trust you. We will have someone keep his eyes on you the entire time. Do you really think that is a good idea? Akino asked him. Do you think it is a better one to let her run loose in the town, looking exactly like you? He replied. Where do you think she could stay Issei-senpai? Kaneko. No. Sharon asked him. With my assistant of course. She has an apartment in the town, after all, that is easily large enough for 2 or 3 people. Yes, that is a good idea, Human Rias said with a smug grin, let this bitch Rainer take care of her. She won't be alone, Issei responded. We will take turns in helping her to look out for Akino, here. Rias' face was falling. Hold up, that means I have to live with her. Just a few hours a day, Issei responded. Well, that's just great, Human Rias commented sourly. In the end she just shrugged with her shoulders and accepted Issei's suggestion. She turned to Akino. Okay. I don't pretend that I believe your crazy story, she told her. But let's just say I would believe you. If you are Akino from another world, you was the evil devil who had turned ya. Rias asked curiously. Akino's face fell. She wasn't quite sure how to answer that question, and she admitted, at some level, she had to hold back her laughter. XXXXXXX Ria's world Rias Gramori knew she was an idiot. She downright admitted she was an idiot, at least to herself. At this moment she was sitting in a jail cell. Ironically it was the same cell in that she and her peerage had locked up freed Selzen not so long ago. What the hell had she been thinking just showing up walking through the town like she owned it? Why had she not considered that her counterpart might mistake her for some kind of spy or assassin? Because you are arrogant, she told herself. Your future self was right. You are a spoiled girl, who believes deep down that everything will always go your way. And this is what you have gotten from your arrogance. The counterpart of Kaneko was guarding her cell. She had tried to exchange a few words with the young Nekomata devil, but the double of her good friend was just ignoring her. Her reaction, Rias admitted, was actually not any different than the one from the Kaneko she knew would have been. She had been sitting there for 1, maybe 2 hours, as suddenly something happened. The place was under attack. At first, she had heard shouts and loud noise from outside, that became louder and louder. And then suddenly the door of her cell was blown open. 2 people stepped inside. She recognized them both. It was members of the hero faction of the Chaos Brigade, Siegfried and Jean. It was kind of ironic, since they had just first fought against each other and then briefly worked together in the last world she had visited. Both of them were staring at her with open surprise as they saw who was sitting in the cell. Now, who do we have here? Siegfried said as he had caught himself. If I didn't know completely sure where Rias Grimori is right now, I could swear that she was sitting here in her own cell, Jean commented. Who are you, devil? Siegfried asked her. I think you would not believe me if I told you, Rias responded quietly. Really? I can actually believe a lot, devil, he said. But I think I can guess why the Grimori bitch had you locked up here. Didn't want anyone who can pass off as her twin sister walk through her town, right? Rias didn't say anything, but the wince on her face gave him his answer. So who are you? Some kind of spy for the old malfaction? Or just some unfortunate devil girl who happened to have the wrong face? He asked. It doesn't matter. I am sure Master Cao Cao and Hyodo would like to talk with you as well, he said. Hyodo. Issei. She thought surprised. As they brought her outside, she could see Kanako's dead body lying next to the door. She forced herself to remember that this wasn't her friend, not really. XXXXXXX Irina's world. She had finally found another small group of people who she saw as she was walking through a large park somewhere in the city, who she considered approaching for help. One of them was a teenage boy, maybe in her own age, and two girls who were standing close to him. The first of the girls, and that was what dumbfounded her a bit, was another one of the identical-looking clones. Though this one seemed somewhat stronger as the other ones she had sensed. Merlin had suggested that maybe, this one here was the original. The other one, who was sitting on a park bench while the other two were right now talking to each other, was a short, platinum blonde girl, who was clad in a nun dress. Irina was a bit surprised at this. She admitted, from her appearance, the girl reminded her of Asia, a bit at least. They were about 30 meters away from her, at the other side of the place. Why are you not going to them? She heard Merlin's voice in her mind. Yes, what exactly was she waiting for? She asked herself. She had already been thinking about what she should say. But then suddenly something happened that she hadn't expected. A sharp wind suddenly blew up. It was more like a storm, strong and surprisingly enough to completely throw her from her feet and into the ground. She didn't know that, since she had arrived here, another being had noticed her, and was heading in her direction. This being had been in another part of the town at that time, but now. As Irina lifted herself up again, she saw to her surprise, that the air all around her was still standing still. It was as if this wind had only blown up for a single moment. And only at exactly the place where she had been standing, as it seems, since the three people she had been watching from the distance seemed to be completely unaffected. As she turned around in the direction where the sudden blow came from, she saw someone standing not far from her, another young man. He had a sleek body and white hair. And he was looking at her with a scowl and a cold expression. I have been looking for you, the stranger addressed her. Me? She asked. Don't play dumb. I know about you. I might not know who you are. But I know you are not from here. I could sense you entering this world and I followed your trail since then, he stated. I don't know why you came here, but your presence put us all in danger. He began to form some kind of glowing energy globe with his hands. But it wasn't any kind of magic, so much she could tell. One moment later he threw it at her. She managed to dodge and the attack impacted on the ground close to her. The resulting explosion told her, if it had hit her, she would have been done for. And the guy looked as if he was already ready to attack her again. Okay. She thought. Here goes nothing. She materialized her Excalibur and prepared to send a flying slash at him. He had attacked her first and was clearly aiming to kill, she thought. No reason to hold back. She unleashed her attack. The white-haired boy made no attempt to dodge at all, and the attack hit him frontally. But then she was met with a nasty surprise. In the moment her slash touched him, it was just being sent back to her in full force. Split seconds later she could feel the sharp pain in her side. She had been hit by her own attack, she realized. Not only had it done absolutely no damage, it had, for the lack of better words, bounced off of him and thrown back right to her. Irina was forcing herself to keep standing despite her injury. What in the world was she supposed to do? She asked herself. How could she defend herself against such an opponent? I am sorry, he said to her, but for all our safety, you have to die. XXX Tuma had spent the last 2 hours, taking a walk through the town, with his friend, the girl in the nun clothes with the somewhat strange name Index. He had a few things to do at first, and then, he had just wanted to spend the rest of the time relaxing. Somewhere on their way, they had met Makoto-san and somehow, she had come to accompany them for the rest of their way. Of course, like always it came to a few arguments between them, that meant in first line of course between him and Makoto Masaka. Index said very little for the most part, at least as long as Makoto was around. From time to time she was staring at both of them, not always looking happy. And of course, she spoke up whenever she wanted to eat. In other words, it was mostly like it had always been. Finally, they were taking a break at the park. But of course, he didn't get to spend a quiet afternoon. Like so often in the past, things were turning bad really quickly. A few moments later they heard the explosion close by. As Makoto and Index were running forward and looking for the source of the noise. They saw Accelerator fighting with a girl they had never seen before. Calawarners. World Calawarner had been walking around in the area of the destroyed school for some time, looking if she could find some more clues of what exactly happened. Unsurprisingly she didn't find any. The devils, or whoever had cleaned the place up after the incident, had done a good job at removing all evidence of a supernatural involvement. It was a few minutes later, however, that the fallen angel noticed that she was no longer alone. In some distance a magic circle shined up on the ground, that she had never seen before, and a few moments later 2 people had appeared. One of the newcomers was a girl. She was wearing glasses and had shoulder-long red hair with a few black strains in it, that she was wearing in twin ponytails. Her clothes consisted of a red and black colored shirt, black jeans and red leather boots. The other was a tall male devil. Hello fallen angel, the young woman greeted her. I don't want to fight you, Calawarner said. Normally we would hardly believe that from a fallen angel, she replied. But we have noticed a few things about the unusual way you arrived here. Issei's home universe, Italy, Rome. It was an old building a few miles outside of the town. The building was a place that existed till the Middle Ages. But barely anyone knew that it even existed. In fact, most of it was underground. The entrance was camouflaged as an old ruin of an old church. But that was only a deception. It was a prison, a secret jail where the Vatican was holding its most dangerous criminals. But someone had found out the location of this place, and now it was under attack. Figures, wearing red coats, with bizarre masks on their faces that were modeled after demons, suddenly appeared out of magic circles, materializing right inside the underground complex. The magic wards that were surrounding the area were somehow not able to stop them, and they attacked without hesitation. The first of the exorcists who were guarding the place were already killed by magical blasts and orbs of energy and other attacks, moments after the strangers had appeared. The rest of them were doing their best to hold them back, but the mysterious attackers were just too powerful. Not only that, they all felt weakened, nearly as if something was robbing them of their power. Less than 5 minutes later, the first cells of the prisoners were being opened. One of them belonged to someone who had spent the last months here. He was currently clad in a straitjacket and chained to the wall. But then his cell door was being broke open. The man saw with a smile on his face how one of the exorcists who were guarding him was being decimated. And then the masked figures were cutting the chains and the jacket off his body. He was only laughing. Fried Selzen, one of the strangers, addressed him. Yes. I don't get visitors often here. How do I deserve this honor? He asked. We have come to make you an offer. We want you to join us. Oh really? Does that mean I would also have to walk around like this? Fried asked sarcastically. No, the man replied. We are only wearing this disguises for this one assault. Good. That alone would be a reason to refuse. So you want me to join your little group? And if I say that I prefer to work alone? You should accept Father Fried. He heard a voice he recognized easily. It will pay off for you. And besides, you are hardly in a good position to say no. You are right at the core of church territory after all. Mittelt. He asked, surprised. What in the world happened to you that you ended up like this? He laughed loud. She removed her own mask and revealed the face of the small fallen angel. She visibly winced at his words. Let us just say that I didn't have a good time. Kind of like you. To answer your question, the first masked man addressed him again. If you refuse, we go our separate ways from here on. You can fight your way out of here together with us, but then you will have to see how you get out of the church territory by yourself. If you accept, however, what would you say about a chance to kill more devils than you have ever dreamed of? Not only that, but also gain access to a place where the church could never reach you. Freed grinned. Well, that nearly sounds too good to be true, right? It is true, the man responded. You just have to make your choice. By the way, he looked at one of the other masked beings and he gave Freed a sword and a gun, both weapons of an exorcist, in his hands. A present for you, the man said. No matter what choice you make. We just expect you to kill a few of our opponents on your way out. Freed laughed once again. Really? How nice of you. I guess I can stand it with you for some time, so I will accept, at least for the time being. That is acceptable, the man replied. I am Pazuzu. This group here are the Devil Hunters. They, together with Freed and some of the other inmates who had joined them, were now facing the remaining guards who would be trying to keep them from escaping. Less than 20 minutes later nobody would be left alive at this place and the group calling itself the Devil Hunters would have disappeared from the face of the earth. XXXXXXX Guardian Homeworld Issei had found a breach between the universes, in fact, not only one but two. But one of them, he realized, was located in his own home universe. Someone or something had just entered his reality. XXXXXXX Rias world. She had been transported away by the two Chaos Brigade members to a place that she could only guess was their base, far away from any town, somewhere in the forests, and then dragged to another room, another cell. Backquote from one cell to another, she thought sarcastically. They took a few blood samples from her and made a few tests. Then they left her alone. Another 2 hours or so later, they came again and brought her into some kind interrogation room. Inside she was confronted not only with her double, who was chained to a chair, but also with the sight of Cao Cao, an issei. But it was clearly not either of the isseis she had met. He was wearing some kind of black leather combat suit and the cold and disgusted look he sends to her as he saw her made her literally freeze inside. The issei she knew was her friend, despite everything what happened between them, but this one here, he was clearly not. Her double was glaring at her as well as they placed her roughly on another chair next to her. But it was nothing compared to the way this issei looked at her. Now, what do we have here? Cao Cao asked smugly. It is kind of strange, his second-in-command Georg, or whatever rank he had in this world, told him. As it looks they are in fact identical in every way. The blood samples we have taken, their energy signature, even the way they are talking. By all rights they are both Rias Grimoire. Isn't that nice Issei-kun? Cao Cao said him, who only had a grim look on his face. I promised you Grimoire and now you get two for the price of one. I only want to see her die, he finally responded. Okay. I admit it, Rias double called out, I am not the real Rias Grimoire. I was sent by the old Satan faction to take her place and had her locked up a few days ago. Please, I have nothing to do with this, just let me go. Issei just punched her in the face. Shut your mouth filthy devil, he hissed. I have enough of your lies once and for all. Just shut up. Rias couldn't say she felt bad for her counterpart. Bitch, she thought. First she had her imprisoned without even a trial and then she was trying to throw her under the bus to save her own ass. You thought I had died, didn't you? You thought you got rid of me, right? That was exactly what I wanted you to think, Issei said dangerously. I will kill you slowly. I will let you suffer, just like you deserve it. Why are you doing this? Rias asked him quietly. You dare to ask me that? Issei growled. He grabbed her roughly by the chin. Please. I am not the Rias you know. I don't know what had happened. Issei just nodded. Then, without a warning, he kicked her painfully against the legs. I have enough of this game, he called out. I don't know who of you is the real Rias and I don't care. I will just torture both of you to death. It only means I have the pleasure to see you die twice. He was insane, Rias started to realize. He didn't even bother to make a difference between her and her counterpart. You want me to remind you? Issei ranted. Good, let me tell you a little story. It was once, not so long ago, that I was just a simple human boy. Okay, I was a known pervert and more than anything, I wanted to get a girlfriend. Until then, someday, a girl that I had never seen before suddenly asked me out. She called herself Yuma Armano, but like I later found out, that was not her real name. Then, a few days later, we spent our first date together. It was a nice time actually, he said melancholically. But then, she acted somewhat awkward in the end and told me suddenly that she wasn't sure if she could see me again and just left. A few days later, however, I got a letter, a message from her that she wanted to see me again and to go to an old abandoned house at the edge of the town to meet her. As I went there, however, I died. The house, as it turned out, was the hideout of a monster, a stray devil that was hiding in the town. I had been sent to my death. He laughed bitterly. But it was not the end. I awoke sometime later and a short time later met with a girl who just told me outright that she was now my master. She told me that she and her peerage had just come to kill the stray who had killed me, and that she had "saved" me at the last moment by turning me into a devil. She told me a lot. She explained to me about the supernatural world, the three factions, the devils and the fallen angels. Of course only as much as I "needed" to know. She also told me that my girlfriend Yuma was, in fact, a fallen angel with the task to kill me. I was devastated about this of course. But she also promised me many things. A harem of girls, the chance to become a high-class devil. I was so stupid, he spat. A few days later we went to attack the fallen angels, who were in an abandoned church just outside of the town. What I found inside was Yuma, or Rainer, as her true name was, having bound a girl that I had never seen before and trying to extract her sacred gear. I came just in time to stop her, and we fought. Then, a short time later, as we were both exhausted from our fight, I finally asked her, why? Why had she sent me to a death trap? And imagine my surprise when she had not the slightest idea what I was talking about, he sneered. She admitted that she had actually been planning to kill me in the beginning and then she had not brought it on herself to do it. I suddenly realized that she had no reason to send me to the stray devil, when she could have just as easily killed me on the date before, he pointed out. Then I finally realized who had truly sent me this message. Rias felt cold like ice, she felt how her jaw dropped and turned her gaze slowly to her counterpart. No, she couldn't have. Suddenly Issei's words from their confrontation in their club room went through her head. How much of a step was there between what she did, and this? It wasn't me. Don't you understand? It wasn't me who had done that, Rias pleaded. But Issei backhanded her across the face. Silence, devil, he snarled. I don't want to hear anything out of your rotten mouth. Where have I been? Oh yes. And then you suddenly showed up, Issei continued. You just showed up and acted as if you owned the place. You revealed that you had already killed the other fallen angels. And then you killed her, when we were both exhausted and couldn't fight anymore. And I could do nothing but stand by and watch. And after all that you dared to tell me that I was still your servant and I had to follow you. But I got away from you later. I had ejected the evil pieces from my body, even if it had nearly killed me. But I survived by having Diedrag turn me into a dragon, and now, you will pay for everything you have done. Irina's world. Magical Index Universe. Irina wasn't quite sure what she could do anymore. The key manipulation technique she had learned from the Guardians, the one that allowed someone to negate supernatural powers. She had already tried it. But this guy was simply too strong for it to work. Not only that, she had the impression that he was using the same or a similar technique as well. Who in the world was this boy? An agent of the enemy. Accelerator. She heard someone calling out. What the hell are you doing? It was the young man she had seen from the distance. The white-haired boy turned around to them with a scowl on his face. Damn it, he thought to himself. He had not expected them to be here or anyone close by. Stay back, he told them. Why are you fighting this girl? The girl named Masaka asked him. I said stay out of this. You don't know who she is. This girl is a threat to all of us. Irina heard all of this. A threat? How can I be a threat if I don't even know who you are? She called out. I just walked through the town and you suddenly attacked me. The white-haired boy visibly grimaced. Your presence here alone is a threat, he said. And send another ball of plasma at Irina. This time she used her Excalibur to block the attack. That turned out to be not the best idea. While the blade stopped the unleashed energy, it caused an explosion that caught her and threw her from her feet once again. She once again used her ki to shield her body. If she had been at the same level like a few months earlier, this explosion alone would have probably killed her. Not even talking about this guy's actual attacks. To that came the fact that she was not even able to harm this opponent in any way. She was beyond screwed. She was helpless like a baby. I said you should leave it. The other boy had now stepped forward and confronted Accelerator. Irina saw that he had his right hand reached out like some sort of weapon. But she could not feel any sort of energy radiating from it. I don't know what is wrong with you. This girl has absolutely no interest to harm any of us, he said. Accelerator only grimaced at his words. Is this another sick experiment you decided to take part in? The brown-haired girl who looked exactly like the 4 clones she had met earlier, asked him angrily. No, the white-haired boy replied, now looking somewhat shaken. Believe me, I have learned my lesson about that. Then what the hell is going on? The girl named Makoto Masaka asked him. Why do you suddenly claim this girl as a threat and try to kill her? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, he responded. Try it, Tuma told him. Unless you want to fight us as well. Again. There is someone who will come after her, and they would not hesitate to destroy the entire town, or worse, Accelerator stated. So you want to kill her over something someone else might do? Tuma asked angry. And I thought you had changed. It isn't that. I am trying to protect us all, damn it. By killing an innocent girl. Tuma asked. You know he has beaten you before, Masaka claimed smirking. Some sort of electricity was crackling all around her body. Of course, Irina remembered. Those two had some sort of powers, even if they were not necessarily supernatural in origin. Not by himself, Accelerator stated. He is not by himself, Masaka said, taking place next to Tuma. The girl in the nun clothes joined them as well a moment later. I agree with Tuma-san and Makoto, she told him, stop this. Now, will you finally calm down and talk to us? Tuma asked him, or are you seriously going to fight us all at once? Okay. Accelerator finally gave in. I think there is a lot I should explain to you, he said. Hey, the dark-haired boy addressed Irina, my name is Kamiju Tuma. I apologize for our friend here. Please calm down. I would hardly call him a friend, the girl next to him commented. Irina Shido, she introduced herself in Western style. Your name is Masaka, right? How do you know that? The girl asked. A good guess. Irina tried weakly. The brown-haired girl only kept frowning at her. Okay. I have seen 4 girls in the town, who looked exactly like you and constantly said this. I see, Masaka replied. So you have already met the little sisters. This is Index, Tuma introduced the small nun. Index. What kind of name is that? Irina wanted to know. Not that Accelerator was any better, she thought. That is a long story. XXXXXXX Homeworld of Issei's Guardian Team, DXD Universe 01. Issei and his group had just returned to their home dimension from the Guardian's universe. They had been gone only a few hours this time. So there had been no reason to come up with an excuse for him or Maruyama's parents, like with their last journey. In another half hour or so, he would return to them, and act as if he had only been going out with his friends. XXX talking about friends. He also had a short talk with Matsuda and Motohama, who he had met just outside the school, just before his visit to the Guardian HQ. They had wanted to watch porn together and wanted to invite him along. Of course he had to decline. He had told them that they had important business for their new club, that he had to take care of. Yes, the business was that half of them were missing, he thought bitterly. They had not been happy of course, but he had promised them that they would watch an entire marathon together when this was over if they wanted. You have changed Issei, Motohama had told him. Before you got these girls, you always had time for your friends. Yes, he had changed, Issei thought. More than they could ever understand, unless of course he told them the truth as well. He knew from his future counterpart, that in his world, Matsuda and Motohama had found out about him and the supernatural as well. But only when everyone else did. XXX. Are you okay, Issei-kun? The same Murayama asked him right now. She was sitting next to him on the couch inside their team's mansion. I have been thinking about my parents, he said. I am sick of lying to them the entire time. About all this here. I understand. To be honest, I know how you feel, she replied. So you will tell them all what happened? Rainer, who was sitting close to them in an armchair in her Yuma form, asked him. Everything. You mean if I will tell them why exactly I had to have been resurrected in the first place? He asked pointedly. I guess I will have to. I don't longer want to lie to them. In this moment Zenobia came running into the room. Issei, there is something you need to know. My and Irina's superiors in the church had just contacted us, she said. You won't believe it. Just tell me, Issei responded. I think there is hardly anything that can surprise me anymore. Okay. Well, we are invited to the Vatican, Zenobia stated. You, me, and all the members of our team, well, the ones who are still here, she said sadly. The fallen angels and devils included. The others were looking at her with open mouths for a split second. Moment. Rainer asked, we are invited to the Vatican. Yes. As it seems there had been an incident in Rome and they want to talk with you about it. And before you ask Rainer, yes, they are completely aware that you and Gariel are fallen angels and that Kiba is a devil. I see. Something else? Issei asked. Or this enough shocking news for today? Ah, well, yes, Zenobia answered with some strange discomfort. About this meeting you had with our other selves. There has something come up. We just got a message from Sona's office and. Yes. As it seems, Rainer is pregnant. What? Rainer and Murayama cried out nearly at the same time. Issei was only staring at her with open mouth. I am not, the fallen angel called out. The other Rainer, Zenobia clarified, smirking a bit. She had just found out today. This is not funny, the fallen angel growled, while Murayama was now actually giggling a bit. That is not everything, Zenobia continued, looking down at him. Quote. It seems me and Irina are pregnant as well. What? Issei called now out in complete shock. Does Kiba know about this? The other Irina and me, Zenobia said once again. They had been for a while now. That was actually the reason they had not been with us during our fight with the Shah. Wow, it seems your counterpart has truly hit the jackpot. Rainer was chuckling now. To be honest, the way you are doing it with your girls nearly every night, I am surprised that you all aren't already knocked up as well, Murayama commented dryly. Till now we have been using magic to prevent this, Rainer stated. That doesn't mean that I don't want a few babies with you, Issei-kun, she sighed commented. But it seems our counterparts don't longer do this. And we all know that you are destined to land in bed with Issei-kun as well sooner or later, she told her slyly. So you should better prepare yourself, just in case. She chuckled. Whatever. I promise at the time when I can no longer resist Issei's incredible charm, I will let you all know, Murayama replied. Say, if they are pregnant, do you think their breasts will get bigger? Issei asked with a grin. But then his expression changed and he thought once again at the members they were missing. They had found some leads, the breaches they had detected at some universes. They would begin with their search tomorrow. But now they also had this strange invitation by the church. If he was honest, even if the Pope himself wanted to talk with them, his teammates had first priority. XXX he remembered what his future counterpart had told him. A link telepathos and supernatural connection had been created between himself, Rainer and Rias, and later they had included their Irina into this connection as well. It had originally started as Rainer had used the soul bonding with Issei, back when Rias had tried to kill her. Later Rias was bonded to them as a side effect of a curse Loki had put on them, and finally they had included Irina by their own choice. After they had arrived here, they had copied and transferred this connection to themselves from this universe, them. Because they believed it could be very useful to them at one point. This point had come faster than anyone of them had expected. And now this connection could, according to his counterpart, help him to find them. Of course, the mental connection wasn't strong enough to actually locate them over several universes. But if they only concentrated on the worlds, where they already had detected dimensional breaches, it would be enough to give them a hint if their friends were there or not. The problem was it wouldn't help them to find Calawarner or Akano. For them, they would have to just continue searching in the regular way. XXXXXXX Rias world. I have been thinking a long time, what should I do with you? Issei stated as he looked at the two Rias. Simply death is not enough, wouldn't you agree? He asked them smoothly. So I think we should make it something special. But that doesn't mean that I will give you a chance to escape. The two Rias were shackled with magical enhanced handcuffs to a couple of chairs, while Issei was slowly walking around them as he talked. There are so many possibilities, he pondered: burning, crucifying, skinning alive, holy water. There are so many things we can do together and we have so much time. Rias listened in horror at what he considered doing to them. I have, however, one last question before we begin, Issei mentioned. He raised one of his hands, holding something in it. Tell me, what is this? He asked. It was the control device for the dimensional portals she had been carrying, Rias realized. Damn it. Of course they had found it on her. It is an techno-magical radio recorder, Rias said unconvincingly. Issei was now looking at her with a look of what nearly looked like pity. You know, he said, for a devil, you are a terrible liar. He backhanded her once again. You know, here in the Chaos Brigade we have magicians, technicians and techno-magicians at hand, and none of them we had contacted had ever seen a device like this before. So again, tell me, what is this? He asked more threateningly. Well, it doesn't matter, he stated one moment later. I am sure my personal friend will be able to find out more. Personal friend? Rias asked. Have you not wondered how we have managed to breach your security so easily? Cao questioned. Or perhaps you wouldn't, since you are not the real Rias Grimori and spend the entire battle in this cell, he remarked. We have in fact been in contact with someone who had a close eye on your territory for a while now. And he was all too happy for a chance to see you fall. Who? Rias double asked. This caused a cold smile to form on Issei's lips. Finally, he said grinning, the snake has revealed itself, he stated happily at her direction. It is you, isn't it? Bucho. Rias couldn't see it, but a look of horror came over her counterpart's features, as she realized that she had just accidentally revealed herself to him. Please. It wasn't me. You have to believe me. It was Rainer. But she was cut off. Rias heard a cracking noise and then a loud yelling scream, in her own voice. She realized that Issei had just one or more of her other self's fingers. She felt as if she was going sick. Never say this name again in my presence, Issei said, his voice cold like steel. This was followed by another scream. Rias didn't even wanted to know what he had done to hurt her double this time. Oh, you don't need to worry, he then told her counterpart in a soft mocking tone. You know I had been planning to kill both of you anyway. But now I will be able to let you suffer the most and I will be truly sure that it is you, isn't that wonderful? Please. I am sorry. Rias pleaded. Yes, I know you are sorry, Issei said in a soft tone, and you will be even more, much more. Rias heard another crack and another scream from her counterpart. I see you are having fun, Cao commented. Me, Jean and Siegfried will leave now. The other two members of the hero faction looked more than slightly disturbed at the sight of what Issei was doing. But none of them said anything. Cao, for that matter, was acting cool and relaxed, as if he didn't care at all. There is other business we have to deal with, he told him. Now, as we have delivered Rias Grimori to you as promised, I trust you that we can count on your assistance in the future as well. Of course, you can count on me for your plans, Issei replied, still paying more attention to the devil he was busy torturing. Then we will contact you when the next mission takes place, Issei. With this words he and his two elite fighters teleported away, leaving only Issei, the couple of guards and the two captive behind. Finally alone, Issei remarked, smiling coldly. It is a dream come true, isn't it, Rias? Now Bucho, You aren't getting tired, aren't you? He said in mock concern as he saw the tormented devil close to passing out. We cannot let that happen. After all, there is so much more we can do together. Bring the other prisoner, he finally ordered. The two guards followed his words, and a minute later, they led another person inside. It was a small blonde-haired girl. Rias realized to her surprise that it was Asia. Ah, the little devil nun, Issei greeted her, or was it nun devil? Now Asia, would you do what you are good for and please heal her? He pointed to Rias. No, Asia replied. No. He asked with mock surprise. You will only hurt them more if I do, she said. Really? I guess you are right. I will. But you see, they deserve it. That is not true, Asia called out. Rias Onisama has brought me back to life. She has taken me in. You are a naive and stupid girl, aren't you? He said in a soft and deceptively friendly voice. I guess I cannot really blame you. You have grown up as a pampered pet of the church after all. Well, I had once been not much better, he said with a glare at both Rias. The truth is, your so-called friend Rias never cared about you. I was there, you know, as Rias had brought you back. All what she truly showed interest in was your sacred gear. No, she wouldn't. She could and she had, he responded. Just like with me. Only in opposite to you I had enough common sense to realize what she had done, he stated. Rias-senpai, Asia asked. Why do you even ask her? Issei hissed. She had not been honest with you the entire time you knew each other. Why should she tell you the truth now? He said. Do you know why she had done nothing about the fallen angels earlier? She had known about them for nearly a week. Because she had hoped that Rainer would kill me. And as she didn't, she just went out and did it herself, he stated angrily. You, my dear, were just collateral damage. And now heal her, he said. This time the shaken Asia didn't refuse to follow his command. I am sorry, she said to both versions of Rias. Her master was only glaring at her, while Rias herself looked at her insecure. That is all. I will not longer help you, Asia told him. If that is what you wish, Issei stated casually. He suddenly materialized a sword in his hand. Rias had seen this trick before from the Issei she knew. He had stored it in the same place as his sacred gear. She sensed that this was a demonic weapon. But she did not recognize it. Rias then watched in horror as it cut through Asia's throat. No, she shouted. She was staring at both Issei and the dead body. How could you do that? She was your friend. You sound amazingly caring, for a Rias Grimori. Are you sure that whoever has copied you has not messed up? He asked sarcastically. Beside that, what brings you to the idea that I and this girl were friends? I have not even known the little bitch before the died. And after your double had turned her into her pet, I had spoken to her as little as possible. And anyway, I have done her a favor by freeing her from this pitiful existence, he commented. Clean this up, he said coldly to the two guards, as he was gesturing for them to remove Asia's body. You are a monster, Rias exclaimed. Like you, he responded. Rias Grimori. Liar. Betrayer. Murderer. Backstabber. Whore. How do you dare calling me that? Rias double now called out. Na Ria Tan, he said, using the nickname her brother was usually calling her. We both know it is true. Do you remember the time you came into my room unannounced and begged me to take your virginity? Only since you hoped there was a slight chance that you could worm your way out of your marriage with that idiot Razor, he reminded her. And then, as you saw that I wasn't interested, you had the gall to offer me my freedom in exchange for beating Razor in a fight, only to break your word later. He slapped Rias double another time. Issei remembered. XXX he remembered how he thought against that blasted Phoenix. He had even sacrificed his arm to Dedrag and used holy water. All that just to get away from her. The bitch had even implied during their meeting at that night, after he rejected her, that something might happen to his family if he wasn't willing to fight for her. You know, she had said to him, Kuo can be such a dangerous place, and you never know, without the protection of us devils. Just fight for me Issei-kun and I promise your parents will be safe. So he fought, with all he had. And in the end he won, barely. Only for the bitch to thank him for his loyalty, and declare him her beloved pawn, and part of her peerage and her family for all time, in front of dozens of high-class devils. He had wanted nothing more than just to rip her apart right then and there. But around all these devils, including her damned brother, this would have been suicide. But in the night he had finally ejected his evil pieces, at the risk of his own life. For that he had made a pact with Drake, to turn not only his arm, but his entire body into that of a dragon. And he had survived. Then he had grabbed his parents and practically dragged them out of Kuo, as far away as possible from her. At the same night, however, he had also sworn bloody revenge. XXX, and now he was finally here to get it. You know, Ria Tan, even I find that low, and I had been a proud pervert for most of my life. Until I met you. You know, you both have an impressive set of assets, but I wouldn't touch either of you for all the money in the world. Before one of them could say anything else, a magic circle appeared before them on the floor. Ah, it seems our friend has arrived, Issei stated. Both Rias were now staring in complete shock at the figure that materialized in the room before them. Azazel, they both called out, nearly at the same time. You are with them. Rias asked the leader of the fallen angels from her world. XXXXXXX Irina's world. They all had just heard Accelerator's insane story. The boy named Tuma and the girls Masaka and Index were now looking at him as if he had lost his mind. Other dimensions. The boy who had introduced himself as Tuma asked, incredulous. A group of practically almighty beings who can destroy our world. Masaka asked, equally skeptical. No, it is true, Irina said now weakly. All eyes turned to her. I have arrived here by accident. Yes, of course, Masaka commented. Accelerator was never really normal. Have you talked this nonsense into him? Irina made a decision. It seems there is only one way to convince you. She lifted her arm. This is the control device for our portals. She showed them the controller she was carrying, and then activated a portal right in front of them. They all were staring in complete silence at the wormhole that had just been opened in the space of their universe. Are you stupid? Shut that off, Accelerator yelled at her a moment later and grabbed for the controller in her hand. But before he had taken it, Irina had already closed the portal by herself. Why, you idiot, do you know what you have done? Accelerator hissed. The risk was already great enough when you entered our world in the first place. You have just doubled the chance of them noticing it. Ah, who are them? Tuma asked. You mean, the lords? Irina asked. Yes, lords. Index asked, confused. They are the leaders of an organization called the Dark Order, Irina stated. They are our enemies. I guess you have met them. I did, Accelerator replied. To be honest, it wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. It was one of the only 2 times I had been beaten. But in opposite to the time against you with the help of the sisters, it hadn't been close. To be honest, I had been thrown around like a ragdoll. What? But aren't you like invulnerable? Masaka asked. That is exactly the point. During the fight, it was suddenly as if my powers were not even there. And I am not talking about something like Tuma here, who can negate powers with his hand. Irina realized now what the boy had been doing earlier. It was as if they were completely gone, Accelerator continued. Not even I myself are able to shut down my power. But he was. Why had nobody noticed anything about this fight? Tuma asked. Quite simple, because it didn't happen in our world. One of these portals appeared right before me and I was basically kidnapped. As you can guess, I wasn't all too happy and attacked him. But he beat the shit out of me. But that was not everything. He was inside my head. He showed me things, terrible things. He showed me that they could destroy our world many times over. Then he made me an offer. An offer. That sounds like crazy, Masaka replied. I mean, we all might have this superpowers, even Tuma in some way. She gave a side look to the boy. But we are still just teenagers. And you talk here about someone destroying the world as if it is normal. You can believe me, for this people it is, and you can say I have made a pact with the devil, only worse. XXXXXXX Guardian Issei's World Universe 01 Rome. Issei's incomplete team, currently consisting of 4 humans, 2 fallen angels and 2 devils, was in this moment walking through the corridors of the Vatican. If someone had told me I would be here someday, and as an invited guest, Ravel commented. Well, I have to admit, I had also never imagined that I would ever come here of all places, Issei responded. My family was never great with religion, you know. Issei Hyodo and a devil are walking together right into the heart of the church. Both discussion that they had never expected to be here, Murayama replied with some sarcasm. The only question is who had expected it less. They were being led to a large conference room, where a group of people was waiting for them. They knew instantly that one of them wasn't human. They had felt it already in the corridor. It was the aura of an angel. Zenobia, a quite beautiful woman in a nun outfit, greeted her. Sister Griselda, she replied. We have heard what happened to Irina, the woman said. She had gone missing during our last mission, Zenobia explained, but we will find her very soon, Issei stated with complete conviction. Issei, I have told you about Sister Griselda, Zenobia said. Issei Hyodo, the leader of our team. It is an honor to meet you, Griselda told him. It is the same for me, Griselda-san, he replied. In front of them was a line of 4 people sitting at a table. The first was a blonde young man. Then 2 older men, both in the robes of cardinals. And a young-looking, very beautiful blonde woman. They all could sense that she was the angel, a very powerful one. But it wasn't that. What at the first moment caught Issei's attention, it was the size of her breasts. They were even bigger than Rainer's or Zenovia's, maybe even more than Rias or Akino's. Okay, he thought. Get a hold on yourself. Remember where you are. It wouldn't be good if you caused an incident because you were caught staring at the breasts of an angel. Certainly not. To his luck, nobody seemed to have noticed. May I introduce, Griselda said, turning to Issei's friends, Dulio Gesualdo, the currently strongest exorcist in the church and wearer of the Longinus Zenith Tempest. Issei, Rainer and Gariel had already met Dulio once, shortly after the peace agreement, and of course Zenobia and Irina had as well, having been exorcists for years. Former exorcist Cardinal Vasco Strada, Griselda continued, Cardinal Paolo Azzetti, and Lady Gabriel, one of the 4 great seraphs of heaven. We are honored to meet you all, Issei stated. May we ask why you have invited us, and why one of the seraphs is here in person? Gariel wanted to know. There had been an incident a few hours ago, Cardinal Strada began. The information you are given now is actually top secret. But since your organization has always been a loyal and trustworthy ally for over a century, you are trusted with it as well. Even if your choice in recruits is sometimes questionable, Cardinal Azzetti commented, looking at Ravel, Kiba and Rainer. We are not here to talk about this, Strada cut him off. The incident I am talking of was an attack of a secret church installation several miles outside of this town. This installation is a prison. This secret prison has been built especially to hold some of the most dangerous criminals, stray priests and heretic that rose from inside the church, he explained. A few hours ago, unknown attackers with supernatural powers have attacked the installation, killed all the guard present and freed a number of prisoners. Right afterwards, these attackers and the inmates they freed disappeared from the face of this world. I and Dulio have personally examined the remains of the fight, Gabriel herself spoke up, and we have found no sign how the attackers managed to escape. No trails, no signs of teleportation, at least none known to us, she stated. But there were leftovers of some kind of supernatural energy, one that is unknown to us. And, like Cardinal Strada has said, the attackers disappeared from the face of the world, at least to this world. Issei remembered that there had been a dimensional breach in their own world, they had detected just a short time ago. I guess you understand now we are asking your organization for help, Dulio pointed out. You think the attackers came from another reality, Gariel stated. We at least consider the possibility, Gabriel answered. There is another thing you should know, Dulio said, one of the prisoners they freed and who were not found under the dead, was freed Selzen. XXXXXXX Rias world. Do you know what my brother will do when he finds out that you are working with these terrorists? Rias double asked him in a threatening tone. Well, there is the problem with your statement, Miss Grimori, Azazel told her smiling. How exactly would he know? You will be dead after all. Why are you doing this? Rias asked him. I must say I have not expected this as you have told me the story, Azazel said to Issei, ignoring her question. They really seem both completely identical. They not only seem to, they are. Right down to their DNA, Issei informed him. We have already confirmed that. You mean some sort of clone? Maybe. Or something else. This is the device I wanted to show you. He held up the control device to him. I have never seen something like this before. Interesting indeed. Let me take a look at it, Azazel said. To answer your question, he turned to the two devils. Did you really think I would just let you get away with slaughtering a team of my people? And then trying to justify it with flimsy excuses and lies. All that only to cover your own dirty trails, the fallen angel leader questioned dangerously. Not to mention that, with your actions you did your best to sabotage the chance of peace I had worked for so long, he stated. The anger in his voice was now clearly to hear. Something very unusual for the Azazel Rias knew. But this wasn't the Azazel of her world, she reminded herself. XXX Rias suddenly asked herself just how things would have developed in her world if she had actually realized her own plans for issei. Would she have truly started a fight with Rainer's group afterwards? How would Azazel have reacted? Would she have ended up in a situation similar like this? She knew from her future counterpart that in her universe he had been cooperating with them for the sake of the peace, and even became somewhat of a friend to some of them over time, especially their issei. But there was no guarantee that the Azazel of her own world would have been the same. And why in the world was she only now giving a thought about this and the possible consequences? Was she truly this selfish, careless, arrogant and irresponsible? Once again she was asking herself how much she and her other self actually had in common. XXXXXXX somewhere else, far away from their universe. Meanwhile in one of the countless other universes, on Earth, in the local version of the town Los Angeles, the Guardian leader known as Darian was on his way to meet an old acquaintance. It was late evening, the sun had set a couple of hours before, and he was walking, in his human original form, through the streets of the city, seemingly only another of the millions of people living in the town. He had been in this reality many times before. It was one of the first worlds the Guardians had discovered after they gained the ability to travel between dimensions. This was Universe 003. It was the home of Kal-El, aka Superman, the Holy Vengeance Spirit Spectre and the rest of their subgroup. This universe was different than their new recruit Issei Hyudu's world. It was what both the Guardians and the Dark Order called a mainline universe. Like in Darian's own home, the creation force that had created all realities and that the Guardians were ultimately serving, had here decided to play the role of God himself, instead to forge an avatar or placeholder to do it for him. This played a great role in his current situation, because the person he intended to meet was an angel. But since he was created by God's real self, he was stronger than any angel in Issei's world could ever hope to be. For a time he had been one of their greatest enemies, Darian remembered. Even if he had never been all too enthusiastic about the role he had been playing. But they had also been cooperating and working together at one or two instances. But he was far from being a friend. And he was definitely not completely trustworthy. But you could depend on him keeping his word. The relationship between them had always been a bit, well, complicated. And the last time he had heard about him, he had abandoned his place at the side of the darkness and had declared himself to be neutral, and his intention to stay it. Finally he had arrived at the place where his contacts informed him the being he was looking for currently resided. A small smile formed on his lips as he recognized the place. It was a nightclub. It was kind of ironic. But in some ways he thought he should not be surprised. It was actually a quite comforting looking place, he thought as he passed the entrance. Good evening, a waitress greeted him, after he went inside and sat down at an empty table. Can I do something for you? You can, Darian said, smiling at her. He handed the woman a $50 note. Could you please tell the owner that his old friend Kieran is here and wants to talk to him? It is important, he asked, using one of his old aliases, the one he had used as they had met the last time. A few minutes later he was greeted by the appearance of a young-looking, cheerful-seeming man, wearing a gray suit. He had short dark hair, very good-looking and quite charming for everyone around. But Darian knew all too well about the steel will, the intelligence, the cunning and the pride, that was often present behind this exterior, and the power. Kieran, the man greeted him happily. It is so nice to see you again. How long ago has it been? For me, around 200 years, Darian whispered. But for you it might be different. You know, when you constantly travel between worlds, you can lose your sense of time. The man only gave a short laugh. Would you please give us something to drink? He asked the waitress. How about it? Something from the old homeland? He asked. Darian nodded, while the owner just gave her their order and she left quickly to get their drinks. By the way, I go by the name Darian currently, he stated. Oh yes, I remember. Your little group changes their names like other people their shirts, right Galahad? The man commented smiling. You are one to talk. How many things are you called, in how many worlds? Darian remarked. I guess it is too much even for me to remember, he replied, still smiling. Prince of Darkness, the Morning Star, Devil, Lord of Hell, the Fallen One. Some even call you Satan, even if you are not the only being wearing this title. Lucifer, Darian addressed him. Let us stop with the small talk, the man stated. Why are you here? I understand that you are still neutral. I am, Lucifer replied. So if you are trying to get me to help you in the war, forget it. But I also won't fight for the other side. I just wanted to get away from all of it. It is not like that, Darian said. This man was truly Lucifer, in the truest sense of the word. In a way, he was the true real Lucifer, the first angel ever created with this identity in the multiverse, and perhaps the most powerful. He was also one of the first to fall. So in a sense, his parallel counterparts, like the one who existed in Issei's word, were only copies of him. Sitting in front of him, in the guise of a simple nightclub owner, was one of the most powerful and dangerous being in existence. The only reason why Darian even risked a direct confrontation like this, was that he knew that Lucifer, this Lucifer, had been peaceful now, more or less, for a long time. And he knew for sure that he was not longer an enemy. There had been an accident. A few members of one of our new teams had been lost during and transfer between the universes. I am hoping that you still have some of your contacts over the multiverse and might be able to help us. How tragic. We both know how easily new recruits can get lost, the fallen super angel replied. But even then, why should I help you? His demeanor had become more serious and cold as he asked this question. Quite simple. For once, we would owe you a favor, Darian stated. You know, this can always be useful. And you said yourself, you want to stay out of the war. We can help to make sure that happens. So let us say if someone else, especially someone from the other side, is trying to drag you into it again, we would do our best to prevent that and stop this person. Lucifer laughed out. Interesting offer, he said. You really know how to make a promise that serves both our purposes, right? After all, you certainly don't want me as an enemy again, or do I see this wrong? XXXXXXX Rias World Azazel had been taking a closer look at the control device now. While Issei was at the moment sitting on a chair at the other side of the room, watching him curiously. He had stopped torturing Rias double for the moment, as he had told them, to give them the chance to enjoy their fear. It did work very well, Rias admitted. She was terrified of his. Azazel had by now tried to take a look at the energy source and was right now starting to manipulate the settings of the device. Finally it happened what Rias had feared it would, as a portal was being opened right in front of them in the room. What is this? Issei asked stunned. As both he and Azazel were discussing what they had discovered, Rias heard a voice addressing her. Rias, her double said to her, I know you have heard some terrible things about me since you are here, and I am certain you don't trust me, but if we want to get out of here, we have to help each other. Rias world they were staring at the rift in time and space, that had just opened right in front of them. The two versions of Issei and Azazel from this world were amazed. They both could sense what it was to some level, but only Rias knew the specifics, and the purpose. At least the hoped so. The last thing they all needed was for Chaos Brigade to find out how the portals worked. Damn it, she thought silently. One of the things they had been warned about during their training was to not let Guardian technology fall into the wrong hands, and these guys clearly were the wrong ones. The two guards who had been with them had left a minute ago, on Issei's own order, as he and Azazel were taking a closer look at their discovery. Obviously he didn't trust his allies from Chaos Brigade fully. That meant it was only herself, her double, Hyodo and the fallen angel leader left in the room. That meant their chances were slightly better now, if they tried anything. But they were still chained to their chairs. Azazel. That. Issei. Said confused. It seems we have now our answer about this double here, Hyodo-san, the fallen angel leader replied. A bright smile was forming on his face. Your name is Rias Grimori, isn't it? He turned to her. Born as the second child, and only daughter, of Duke Zeodicus Grimori and his wife Venelana. Just not the ones from our world. I am, she admitted. They were going to kill her anyway, along with her double. So what did it matter to admit this? What the? Issei's double asked. What we see here is some kind of dimensional portal, Azazel stated. But much more advanced than any I have ever seen before. And by what it looks, it is based on a combination of advanced science and magic, he said, looking at the small controller in his hands. As strange as that sounds, I believe this girl here is in fact nobody else than Rias Grimori, the Rias Grimori from another reality, however, very close and nearly identical to ours. You have surely seen something like this on TV. So that means I have the chance to kill her twice, in a way, of course. Rias heard his words and felt her skin crawl, but she also noticed something else. The attention of both of them was now fully on the portal before them. In this moment, however, something happened that didn't just surprise both versions of Rias, but this Issei as well. A syntheticized sounding voice was suddenly hauling through the room. Hyodo, it said. It was a message that had suddenly arrived at the base. Not sent by communication magic. In fact, all of this area had been blocked from the outside world, to make it harder for the devils to find this place, but by simple radio system, that was integrated into the building. Hyodo, do you hear me? It was Siegfried, one of Cao Cao's elite fighters. We are under attack. It are fallen angels. Now Issei turned around and looked at Azazel with a deep murderous glare. You, he growled. Oops, the fallen angel leader said, grinning. You were not meant to find out about this until a little bit later. You have betrayed us, Issei accused him. Azazel just shrugged with the shoulders. I have told you that my goal is to create peace between the three factions, right? He stated. And having a group of terrorists like your allies running around, attacking everyone, is probably the last thing we need for peace. You understand. His boosted gear appeared on Issei's arm. If this is how you want to play Azazel, he growled. Issei, the fallen angel leader said, I know what has happened to you, and I agree that it was a horrible crime. But joining an organization that wants to destroy all three factions is not an answer. The person responsible for your suffering is right here. He pointed to Rias' bound counterpart next to her. You can take your revenge. But then, let it be. I give you and your teammates a chance to surrender. Never. Not before the last devil is dead, he hissed. I see. So there is truly no hope for you, Azazel replied. He spread his 12 wings and was ready to fight. At the same time, Issei activated his balance breaker and his scale armor formed around him. Both of them were powering up and waiting for the other to make the first move. XXX, this was the chance Rias had been waiting for. The magical chains she was bound with had been suppressing her magical power, her demonic power. But key manipulation was neither demonic or strictly magical. She was more happy than ever before that during her training, she had learned the basics of it. After a few moments of concentrating and channeling her energy, she managed to use her key to break free of her bonds, while her captors were still focusing on each other. They hadn't noticed. In a split second, she made a decision. She knew her counterpart was a major bitch and an untrustworthy arrogant snake, and that in the best case. But right now she needed all help she could get. And she had no great choice in who that help came from. So with another move, and a small concentrated burst of power of destruction, she freed her as well. I hope you won't make me regret this, she whispered quietly to her double. XXX, both Issei and Azazel sensed the short use of demonic power nearly instantly and realized that the two devils were free, or maybe more, both versions of the same devil. They got loose, Azazel called out. They turned around, but both Rias already attacked, firing globes of power of destruction at them. You. Issei growled at both of them. No. You won't escape me, you won't. Rias had charged forward, with her double still firing destruction power at them, and tried to grab the controller from the still distracted Azazel. One moment later she was holding it in her hand, snatching it from the fallen angel, whose attention was still to a great part on his opponent Issei. Good. She had to get away from here, she knew. The gate was already opened after all. She didn't know into what kind of world this portal would lead to. But right now, everywhere was better than here. Here she was trapped with an psychotic version of Issei who hated her and an Azazel, who as it seemed wanted Rias Grimori, dead as well, and outside was as it looked a small army of fallen angels who were attacking this place and would most likely kill her on side. Her double seemed to have the same idea, and was already running to the opened gate between realities. Not even looking back. Rias herself turned around to do the same thing, closely behind her. Issei was on her again. No, you won't leave here, he shouted at them, as he charged at both Rias. You will die, and I am your executioner. He tackled Rias in what could only be described as a mad rage, and, before either of them had even fully realized it, they were all gone, fallen through the open portal. Left behind was only the stunned Azazel. Well, that was unexpected, he murmured, forming a small magic circle next to him to contact his troops outside and tell them that the battle was as good as over, since their two main targets had just disappeared from the face of the world. XXXXXXX Kuo. Universe 01 Issei's team's home universe. In this moment they were standing together in an empty corner of the park. It was not so far away from the spot where Issei had died through Rainer's hands a few months ago. Something that both of them now deeply regretted. They were all clad into wide, dark-colored cloaks. Underneath, however, the human members of Issei's team and Kiba were wearing their battle gears and Rainer and Gariel had transformed into their fallen angel forms. But the coats made them all appear, at least at the first look, like regular citizens. Issei and the remaining members of his team were now beginning to try what his older counterpart had suggested to them. He had told him to try to use the mental connection they had formed between them, or rather copied from the one their other selves possesses, as a way to find the others. XXX Issei had contacted Odin as well, to ask him for help. But as it turned out the Norse god from another world and now retired guardian, was currently occupied in an unofficial meeting with a few faction leaders from devils, fallen angels, yokai and some other supernatural beings. The meeting was unofficial, but like the god told him, important for their goals. There were several issues between their groups to be addressed. Issues that meant things like slavery, abuse of evil pieces, controlling human settlements without consent of the population, indirect creation of stray devils, executions of supposed criminals without any trial or even investigation, etc. As Odin had explained to him, the Guardians had more or less subtly made contact, woke the interest of the three factions in working with them, even if here things had not always gone exactly to plan. Thanks to the interference of Alec Crossell and Kokabil's group, the Devil faction had found out about them far earlier as they had wanted. And now they were using the influence they had gained to try to change this world for the better. Or in more straight words, to do something about the bullshit that had been going on in this world for far too long. Okay. If the Guardians were going to do that, it would be a great thing. But he and his team had right now to worry about finding their missing members, Issei thought. XXX They had already located several universes where dimensional breaches had occurred in the last time. The problem was, it were still dozens, and probably even more worlds they had not yet found so far. They were hoping that their link to Irina and Rias would give them a hint, a feeling, which one of these worlds would be the right ones. Are you ready? Issei asked them. After his counterpart had explained to them what they needed to do, he was more than eager to try it out. They had lost the others, they were out there somewhere, and he wanted them back. Yes, Issei-kun, Asia answered. She and Rainer were standing in front of him, forming a triangle. Are you really sure that you can do this? Murayama asked them. I mean, it was just a few days ago that you got this, well, ability, and. I am not sure, Issei answered. But we will at least try. XXX He remembered what their future counterparts had told them. The first who had formed the connection were his other self and Rainer as she had bonded her soul to his. The next had Rias, as a completely accidental side effect of a curse the god Loki had put on both of them with the intention to destroy them, quite ironically. Later then, they had included Irina and Asia as well. This time on purpose. The ritual of Chud. He remembered the term his older counterpart had called it. A mental, spiritual and supernatural connection between a group of mortal beings, or in their case not quite mortal. A connection that allowed them to access higher levels of spiritual power, and to be able to things that they wouldn't as individuals. And exactly this connection that existed between their counterparts, they had copied and recreated for their current selves. And in this moment they all started to concentrate and focus on the two members of their bond that were currently not with them. XXX. Okay, Gariel. It, Issei told her. The sun was starting to set behind them and it was slowly getting dark. All right, the fallen angel replied. She took out the small control device that she was currently wearing on her wrist, just like every time they went on missions, and used it to summon a portal that now opened right before them in the middle of the park. But at this time, it would be pretty safe to say that nobody beside them would be here. Issei, Rainer and Asia were looking concentrated at the portal, while the others were watching them curiously. No, Issei said quietly a few moments later, quickly followed by Asia and Rainer, who repeated the same thing. They were not even completely sure what they were looking for. By what they had been told, they would probably feel a flickering of some kind in their connection to the others. Gariel made a few adjustments on her controller and the portal switched, connecting them to yet another universe. No, nearly all three of them were now answering nearly at the same time. Once again Gariel contacted another universe, and once again all three of them denied. And then another one and another, but then finally. Wait, Rainer said. Do you feel that? Yes, Issei replied. It is somehow different, Asia said. This is it. I has to be, Issei announced. Are you sure? Ravel asked them. That caused the three to send a frown to her. Of course we cannot be, Issei replied. This here is not exactly an exactal science. We barely know what we are doing here. But it feels similar to like when we formed this bond, right? Asia stated. It has to be. The only question is it Irina-chan or Rias? We will see, Issei responded. Let us go, he said, looking at the others. But then something happened that none of them would have expected. Found you. They suddenly heard someone calling out from behind them. Damn it, they all thought. They realized they had made a stupid mistake. How could they have been so careless? Why had they not warded the area before they stated? Issei wanted to kick himself. As they had heard about a possible chance to find at least two of the others, they had been so eager to try it out, that they had not even bothered to create a barrier. They should have shielded this place from the outside world before they activated the portals. The truth was, they had been so excited about a chance to find the other, that they had completely ignored basic security measures. They were idiots. Who was he kidding? Issei thought. It was him, who had dragged them all here, when they were all already under stress, and riled them up so much, that they had simply forgotten it. The trio that suddenly came out of the bushes behind them consisted of Motohama, Matsuda, and Katase. Strange, seeing these three together. At least not without the two boys trying to see them in their underwear, or the girls beating them up for it. As soon as they had shown themselves, however, all three of their jaws dropped and they were staring wordlessly at the sight before them, not only at the group of people they all knew, or thought they knew, but also at the still open dimension portal in the air. Great, Issei thought, it could have hardly come any better. Not only were Irina and the others missing, now three of his classmates had caught them red-handed. Issei however realized quickly that he had been wrong, things were getting even worse. Being just as shocked as the rest of them about the sudden appearance at the four teenagers, Gariel had accidentally come against her control device and changed the settings. She cursed herself one moment later for making such a stupid mistake, as soon as she had noticed. But it was too late. The portal was not only widening, but also moving closer to them. A few moments later, the portal, that was meant to be their way to find their missing friend, had swallowed them all. Quite ironically, their situation wasn't much different to what had just happened to Rias, one of the very persons they were looking for. They all had fallen through an opened portal into another world, and that in a quite embarrassing display. XXXXXXX a few seconds later somewhere else, index world. What in the world had just happened? Matsuda screamed a few moments later, as they were all regaining their senses from the accidental transfer. All of them looked around. Issei and the rest of his team were only slightly surprised, as they saw a large town in some kilometers distance, a town that was definitely not Kuo. They could make out skyscrapers and wide highways. They knew they had arrived. This, wherever it was the place one of their friends had been sent to. The others, however, where are we? Katase shouted in absolute shock. How in the world did we came here? Motohama called out. Murayama. Kiba-san, Katase said, seeing the boy she had a crush on, like the Griates part of the female population of their school, here with them. Yuma, Maya, she stated Asia's alias, and you too, Zenobia and Ravel. What is going on here? She wanted to know. Well, it seems the game is up. Right, Gariel? Rainer commented. She pulled off her coat and threw it away. Motohama's and Matsuda's jaws dropped now, as she saw her in her leather strap outfit, and her black wings, of which she had currently only one of her 4 pairs materialized, Katase's jaw as well, but especially theirs. What are you doing? Murayama exclaimed. Yuma? She asked, now even more shocked. Why you are? What in the world are you? A fallen angel, Gariel told them, just like me. She had laid off her own coat, revealing her own leather outfit she was currently wearing, that was less revealing than Rainer's, but only in comparison, and spread her wings as well. Fallen angels. That is crazy, Motohama called out. Yeah, but hot as hell, Matsuda added. Take a look at Yuma Motohama. These breasts. And look at what Yuma-san and the other girl are wearing. Issei is so lucky. You say it, his friend fell in. Yuma presents her opai like no other. And the other one is not bad either, he said, looking at Gariel. Do you think they mind if we get ourselves a handful? He asked innocently. Stop this, Katase growled. This is not the time to be perverted. There is always time to be perverted, Motohama responded eagerly and Matsuda loudly agreed. Tell her Issei-kun. Normally I would agree, Issei responded smirking. But I think we should really talk about all this first. Hyodo-san. What in the world are you people? Katase stammered now. Murayama. What in the world are you doing with them? I knew that you were hanging out with Hyodo and his girls for some reason. But this. Why have you not told me? Would you have believed me any of this? Her friend responded calmly. Probably not, she admitted. But why are you with them? I am part of their team, Murayama answered a bit hesitatedly. Team? What team? And Yuma, Ravel and Maya? Matsuda asked. Actually my real name is Asia, she responded. Maha is just an alias Gariel-san and Issei-kun have invented because I don't want people to find me. Why would someone be after you? Katase asked. Asia looked at her with an a bit grim expression. A few months ago, she would have certainly been shy about it in this situation and would have hesitated to tell them. But not anymore. That is the reason, she stated, and let a glimpse of the green light of the twilight healing shine from her hand. And my real name is Rainer, Yuma, told them. Yuma Armano is my human alias. Do you all have some kind of power? Motohama asked. In short, yes, Issei stated. You too, Issei. Why have you never told us? Matsuda called out. Oh, by the way, buddies, I have supernatural powers and I am part of a team that travels to other worlds, Rainer remarked sarcastically. Do you really expect from him to tell you something like this, just like that? Oh well, Motohama said. I had been planning to tell you guys, in some time at least, Issei stated. But now you found out anyway. Found out. Just wait a minute. You have still not explained to us exactly who you are and what you are doing. I know. We will tell you everything in a short time, Issei promised his friends. But first, do you sense her? He asked the others. Irina, Gariel responded. You have actually done it. Irina. What about her? Katase questioned, thinking about their blonde, somewhat strange, classmate, who claimed to be in a relationship with Hyodo, along with Yuma and Maya. No Asia and Rainer, she thought. She is one of you too, right? She has gone missing. Kiba explained. She and Bucho, Rias, and Akano, and someone else we know, he said. We are trying to find them. Missing. Matsuda called out. We thought Irina and Rias-senpai just weren't at class because of some of your club activities. What should we have told you? That they were lost in another dimension? Kiba asked him. Another. You mean we are actually? Kate screeched. We will explain everything to you, Mariame promised them, but on our way to Irina. Let us go, Zenobia said. You wanted to know what exactly we are doing and how it came to all this, Issei stated. Yes, Motohama replied. Of course we want to know, Matsuda fell in. You see, Rainer began, it all started on the day that some stupid bitch suddenly asked Issei-kun out, with the intention to lure him to a lonely place to kill him, because she had been told by someone that he possessed a secret power, that could be a great danger. Moment. Motohama called out, suddenly asking Issei out. Wasn't that why? Like I said, Rainer responded with a grim expression, she was a stupid and arrogant bitch and we can be glad that she is no longer here. Quote. And that you have taken her place, right Rainer-chan? Asia said to her with an, a bit sly, smirk. Yes, the fallen angel retorted. Asia had really come far from the shy and quiet girl she had been a few months ago, Rainer admitted. And it made Rainer feel even worse about the fact that, the same few months ago, she had been willing to kill her over the twilight healing. XXXXXXX they could have just transported themselves to the place they sensed Irina's energy. But they didn't want to be seen by normal people and maybe cause panic and chaos in this world. So they decided to walk. By now, however, they also knew that she wasn't alone. There were a number of other powers right with her. Do you really think it was a good idea to tell them everything? Zenobia whispered to Gariel and Rainer somewhere on the way. They had already seen us and landed here along with us, Rainer responded. It was either telling them or just leaving them to make their own conclusions. They seem reasonable and would probably not spread their knowledge around, Gariel stated, especially if we warn them about possible dangers. If it came hard to hard, however, we could still erase their memories. Issei-kin wouldn't like that, Zenobia replied. I know, Gariel said. Let us hope that it won't be necessary. XXX it was after nearly an hour of walking together through the foreign town, an hour that they had used to tell the still shocked Matsuda, Motohama and Kate the entire story, that they had finally reached the place. They could see in now in a few hundred meters distance, at the other side of, a park. Of course it just had to be yet another park, Issei thought. He couldn't help himself. He hated parks, ever since that night, even if he loved Rainer. And standing right next to Irina was, a group of teenagers. But they all knew better than to go by the first appearance. In their daily guises, they themselves were looking just like a normally group of teenagers as well after all. They could make out a dark-haired young man, who was standing the closest to Irina. Then, 5 identical-looking brown-haired girls. Quintets. Copies. Clones. Or something else. This was another universe. Issei reminded himself. Who knew what was going on in this world? Then a white-haired boy. Like the others, he was radiation, some kind of power, that was different from anything they knew, and a small nun. He couldn't help but be reminded of Asia. Issei-kun. Irina called out as she saw them. You have found me. She was running to them. You have really found me. She shouted and tackled and threw her arms around him and hugged him as tightly that he could barely get air, even with his now supernatural strength. XXX Tuma and the others had of course noticed the newcomers as well. By her reaction, they knew that this had to be Irina's comrades, she had mentioned. She and Accelerator had by now told them all. That included Masaka's little sisters aka clones, they had met up with. Their entire crazy story. Including parallel worlds, supernatural creatures, alternate doubles of people they knew, and in Irina's case perverts at high schools and harems, which she was a part of, as she herself admitted. Honestly, they would have just thought this girl was completely crazy, if Accelerator had not pretty much confirmed most of what she told them. And now these group of people had arrived here. He noticed that Accelerator had stepped forward. This might not be good, Tuma thought. XXX Issei team as well, and even their 3 unplanned compatriots, noticed the white-haired teenager, who was visibly glaring at them. XXXXXXX Akino's world, a very tired fallen angel hybrid turned reincarnated devil, was being woken up by her very grumpy and not exactly enthusiastic roommate. Well, not exactly enthusiastic, was clearly an understatement. Get up, damn it. I have truly better things to do than babysit a spoiled halfling brat, she heard Rainer's irritated voice, especially one that was stupid enough to let herself be turned into a devil. Of course Rainer Sama. I would never think about keeping you waiting, Akino replied sarcastically. This caused only a frown from the fallen angel. Despite everything, the parallels between their worlds were sometimes nearly funny. As it seems Rainer had here tried to kill the Red Dragon Emperor as well, only it being Rias instead of Issei. With this Rias being not only an otaku and manga fanatic, but also somewhat of an open pervert, similar to the Issei of her world. The fallen angel had, by what Akino had been told, pretended to befriend her and then lured her to an empty spot to kill her, like with Issei in her own world. Even more ironically, Issei had then interfered and saved Rias and defeated this Rainer. During that he had temporarily sealed her powers and left her not any stronger than a regular human. After this Issei had captured her, he and Azazel had agreed to a deal. It was not as if the fallen angel and her leader had much choice here, unless she wanted to return to the Grigori powerless and have to find a way to restore her abilities on her own. But that didn't mean that she was happy about the situation. Still, she seemed by now to get along pretty well with this world's Issei and the members of his little group, with the exception of Rias, who she was still on rough terms with, and by what she was told, he even trusted her enough by now, that he would unbound the seal on her for a short time, when he found it necessary. XXX that was probably more than Akino could say about herself. Her own counterpart and her mother had all but happy about the fact that she had become a devil servant. Especially after she told them and the others how exactly she came into Ria's service. Okay. Actually Shuri had been nearly furious about the thought. She still didn't fully seem to believe that Akino was actually another version of her dogther, and that was probably the reason why she hadn't been completely furious. And the other Akino herself had not been much better. Akino had tried to tell them that Rias had saved her life from the members of the Himahima clan, but it had all fallen apart quickly, as she mentioned that Rias had in fact offered the Himahimas a pact. And even more as she admitted that she had made it a part of this pact that Akino was never permitted to leave Kuo without Rias' permission, or to leave Rias' side for a longer time. Okay. She could understand how this part had riled them up. She had told them that she and Rias had actually become very good friends after this incident and she had become her queen willingly. Did you? A quiet voice asked her from inside herself. Or had Rias just bound you so much to her at that point that you never considered anything else? No, she told herself. She was letting her mother, and her counterpart getting to her with their mindset, she told herself. But it didn't matter. Human Rias had actually declared her evil counterpart from another universe, just a moment later. To be honest, the perverted otaku probably liked the idea to have an evil counterpart, especially one with big breasts and red hair. Akino chuckled silently. XXX she and Rainer were by now walking side by side through the town, the fallen angel in her typical Yuma Armano, from, even if she was not necessarily using the same alias in this world, Akino knew. Rias. This Rias, along with Kaneko's counterpart Sharon, had at that point met up with them and the four of them were going together to the school. Rias. A human in this world. She was still trying to wrap her mind around this thought. How could that be? She had been asking a few questions as well, since she had arrived here, about the history of this world, and also about Rias' family history. As it turned out, the Mac Graymores, the name alone was a dead giveaway, were a rich family, originally coming from herself, her parents and one older brother, so far everything matched. But the kicker was that Rias couldn't really tell her anything about her family until one generation ago, except the names of her grandparents and the fact that her ancestors were probably nobles, who had lost their titles at some point. If she truly came from such an prestigious line, shouldn't Rias know more about them? To that came what Issei had told her about the history of the devils in this reality. Around the end of the Devil Civil War that had taken much longer in this world as in her own, this world had suddenly been attacked by an mysterious enemy, called the Erebos. There was not much known about their heritage, except that they were clearly, like the devils, a race of demonic heritage, and that they, like Akino herself, were not from this world. It was also quite clear that they had hated the devils for some reason. But nobody was actually sure why. They had first attacked the weakened devils, and then later got engaged with the angels and fallen as well. The involvement of the Erebos, however, had caused the fightings to spread into the human world, cost many people their lives, and threatened the safety of humanity as a whole. In response, not only reacted the churches and other religions, by recruiting more exorcists and other fighters, there were also other groups of humans with magical or other supernatural abilities that came together to fight the invaders. Over time, this formed a number of so-called magical guilds, that still existed and were still a powerful factor in the supernatural world. Issei. This Issei and his family were part of such a guild. In the end, the Erebos had been stopped by all factions working together and forced away from this universe, and seemed to have retreated to wherever they came from. But the three faction like she knew them were still far weaker as in her own world, because of the endless conflicts. She had to think about what Darien and the other Guardian leaders had told them about threats out there, that would cause them to run away in fear. Were this Erebos such a threat? But it also made her think about the human race. Had the Grimoires for some reason abandoned the underworld, and somehow turned themselves human? And if, why? To escape the war. To escape the Erebos, whoever they were. XXXXXXX Another Universe, DXD Reality 006, the small group of devils was examining the place where a very small but deadly battle had been taking place not long ago. Issei Hyodo, the one from this world, could only cringe at what he saw. He was here, together with Sona and the members of her peerage. They were in a small town, near the Japanese coast, a place that, just like Kuo, was being claimed by the devils as part of their territory. And the place they were standing in was what had been left of what had once been the headquarters of the devil in charge of this area. The entire peerage had been completely slaughtered. It was now the second time he saw a scene like this. He was the same Issei Hyodo who had seen his former master Rias and the entire rest of her peerage getting killed before his eyes. And then, a few weeks later, after every attempt of the underworld to find or even identify the killer had failed, he and Irina had finally faced him again, together with a group of alternate selves from another universe of himself and her, Rias and his old friends and even Rainer. As strange as all that sounded. As he and Irina had finally returned to their own world, they had brought Sirzex, the head of his sister's murderer, an agent of a terrible force from outside of their own universe. Alec Crossell, a man whose counterpart in their own reality had been long dead, belonging to one of the now extinct houses of the 72 Pillars. No wonder nobody had been able to find him. Not in this world at least. But then, through a line of unbelievable freak incidences, he had finally been able to avenge the others. Since he and Irina had returned from their interdimensional adventure, he had more or less been an informal members of Sona's peerage, at least for the time being. And as they had heard that another devil and his entire peerage had been destroyed, he had come along with them to investigate. Now Issei was standing in front of another group of young devils that had been slaughtered. Had it been them? He had to ask himself. Crossell's masters? Or was someone completely else behind this? Several miles away in the same universe, good. You have done a very good work, the mysterious being named Pazuzu said to them. It seems it wasn't a mistake to recruit you, Selzen, he addressed the newest member of their group. Oh, I am flattered by your praise, Fried replied. But seriously, all what I did was having a bit of fun, he said, remembering the massacre they had just committed. The devil hunters, as they called themselves, were a squad of, for the lack of better terms, interdimensional mercenaries, working for the Erebos demons. They were traveling from Earth to Earth, killing devils across the universes, and even more important, spread chaos and unrest under them. In short, their just was to weaken the enemy in preparation for the forces of the Erebos themselves to arrive. They had shown interest in a version of this man named Fried Selzen for some time now. While many incarnations of him were clearly completely insane, there was no doubt that he was really good in killing devils, at least low-level ones. His eyes wandered to the dark-haired woman next to Fried, another gem they had found, the Nekomata Kuroka. She was now free from the so-called evil pieces that had once turned her into a devil herself. And like the other members of their team, she had reason to hate them, the loss of her sister in her case. Then there was a version of Valley Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. And also the young fallen angel, they had gotten from the same world they had found Selzen. She wasn't actually strong, but she was a good source of information about her world, and her light powers made her useful anyway for this team. It didn't matter much in the end. Ultimately, the devil hunters were fodder. Yes, very expensive fodder, that served its purpose, but fodder nonetheless. They were a small wheel in their machinery. But a useful one. Irina's world, Magical Index world, both sides knew by now a bit about each other. Irina had by now told the group of native teenagers a good part of their own story, and now they had in exchange explained to them a few things about their own world. The humans with supernatural abilities, espers, as they were called, and the magicians, who existed along with them in this world. Their three classmates Matsuda, Motohama and Katase now knew mostly everything about them as well. As it had turned out, they had grown suspicious, and curious, about all the time their friends Issei and Murayama and the others had spent together and were absent from class in the last months. They came, independent from each other, more and more to the conclusion that something strange must have been going on with them. So they had just decided to meet up today and follow them secretly to find out what the heck they were doing. As it turned out, they had been more right than they ever imagined. So do I get this right? Issei asked at one point, looking at the brown-haired girls. You all are clones of Makoto here, being created by some group of mad scientists. That sounds nearly like one of our stories, Rainer commented, and Zenobia, who was standing next to her, nodded. And there had originally been 20,000 of you, Issei continued. But this guy here, he pointed at Accelerator, had killed the half of you in some crazy bullshit experiment, just to help him reach the next level of power. Basically yes, this Masaka says, one of the clones answered. Do you have a problem with it? Accelerator asked him sternly. Yes, you can say I have a problem with it, when someone murders cute girls for idiotic reasons, Issei retorted. Yeah. Tell that guy Issei. Cute girls in mass production. It is like a dream come true, Motohama yelled from the sides, and this idiot had nothing better to do than killing them all. Even if their boobs could have been a bit bigger, Matsuda commented loudly, staring lecherously at the five identical-looking girls. For a split second, Masaka and her four clones were all, nearly subconsciously, looking down at her own chests. What did you just say? They all then yelled at him at the same time, the clones and the original, and sending him a combined death glare. The others saw that they had actually started to charge up lighting bolts in their hands. Please wait, Katase called out. Matsuda-san might be a pervert and an idiot, but he doesn't mean it like that. She could barely believe that she was actually defending that pervert here. She had beaten the hell out of him and the other two more than once herself. But normally girls also weren't threatening to shoot electric bolts at them. Yes, he just doesn't think about what he is saying, Murayama added. He also makes comments about mine and Katase's breasts all the time. And other body parts, she added mentally. He and Motohama never actually stated that their breasts were too small though, she thought silently. So they were obviously quite satisfied with the size of theirs. One moment later, she realized what she was thinking about and then blushed. Since when did she care what Matsuda thought about the size of her and Katase's boobs? Then he should better learn to think about it, the original Masaka growled. Or I guarantee that some girl will teach him a lesson someday, she said. But she and her sisters stopped their prepared attacks. XXX, the boy calling himself Accelerator however was still only standing silently at the side and watching them dangerously. Okay. He finally stated, you have told us your story. He crossed eyes with Issei and the others. The question is, what does that mean for us? He himself had also added a few bits during the conversation, especially the reason why he had attacked Irina, and his pact with the Dark Order. It would be an understatement to say the others had been shocked about what happened, and what he had agreed to. You don't mean? Tuma said. Yes I do, Accelerator replied. I have told you what had happened, the conditions of our deal. What do you think could happen if they find out this guys have entered our world? He had told them about his meeting with the strange dark man, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere before him. About the fight that had broken out between them, and the offer the stranger had made, after Accelerator had completely and utterly lost. I have only been beaten twice in my life. Once by you and your strange ability to negate someone's power, but even then you had help. The other time though, I was nearly as if my powers didn't even exist. Do you understand me? He was inside my mind, and he just, somehow, shut them down. Not even I myself can do that. Tuma cringed visibly as he heard this. He remembered all too well how powerful Accelerator was. He had once fought him to get him to stop his attacks on the Masaka clones and barely survived, and that was when he had help from the Masakas. If this being had just been toying with him like this, then I have agreed to work for them. To sometimes do some tasks for them. Nothing too harmful. Just like being sent somewhere and beating up a guy who refuses to cooperate or something. And of course making sure that no one from their enemies enters our world, and that is exactly what I will do now. Issei sensed that he was starting to activate his energy. With other words, you have decided to become their errand boy, he commented. Do you think I had a choice? Accelerator asked grimly. They had told me, my world is safe, as long as I follow their conditions. He made a small move and in the next moment a park bank was turned into a deadly projectile, closely followed by an entire tree that was ripped out of the ground and sent in Issei's direction. Who a split second earlier had activated his sacred gear and used his power to shield himself from the thrown objects, that splintered to pieces as they hit him. Accelerator. Stop this, Tuma called out. Don't you see that this is senseless? They will just leave anyway, if you just let them. I am sorry, but this has to be done. What do you think will the lords say, if they find out their enemies had shown up in our world and I had not even tried to fight them off? So that is it. You are just trying to put up a show. You just want to fight, so you can claim you did it. Issei stated. Maybe you could call it that. Maybe, the white-haired boy replied stoically. Or maybe I might actually try to kill you, who knows? You stay out of this, Issei said to the others. If he wants a fight, I will give it to him. XXX. Won't the people in the town notice this? Kiba asked. I mean, will this not cause trouble? They will just think this is simply another fight between espers, Masaka stated, and not think much about it. Yes, something like this happens here quite often, Tuma commented. You know, your world is just as crazy as ours, Irina remarked. But still, this time we will erect a barrier, Gariel said. Are you ready, Rainer? Kiba, Ravel. You can count on it, the other fallen angel and the two devils replied, and together they started to shield this area from the outside. XXX. Be careful, Issei-kun, Irina called out. He is practically invulnerable. Yes, they had mentioned Accelerator's special abilities during their conversation. Beside that, Irina admitted the power of her holy sword seemed somehow weaker in this world than normally. The holy energy was still there, but somehow different. She wasn't sure how it would be for the others. Are you ready, Diedrag? Issei thought silently. In opposite to what Irina had feared, however, he didn't seem to have any problems. I am, as always, partner, the dragon responded. You realize this guy is not like a devil or fallen angel, right? Yes, his power is completely non-magical. The closest thing seemed to be this Shaw super soldiers or some members of the other Guardian teams, Issei replied mentally. Then let us begin, Issei thought. He ran forward and tried to land a punch at his opponent. Not too hard, since he knew about Accelerator's powers. Still, he hoped he could negate them with his key manipulation. But it came just like Issei had feared. In the moment his punch hit Accelerator's skin, it felt as if he was pushed with full force into the opposite direction. Before he himself had even fully realized it, he had been thrown at the other side of the park and landed hard on the ground. His key manipulation wasn't working on this guy. As it seemed, his contractors, aka the lords, had taught him at least the basics of the same technique and he now used it to counter his. That mean they both were back to square one and he was facing an opponent who could, by what he was told, obviously repel any attack. Issei activated his balance breaker and his scale armor formed around him. He charged up and fired a dragon shot. But like before, it did nothing, and the blast was deflected harmlessly into the air. Great. Any ideas, Diedrag? He murmured. It seems his skin can reflect any known moving force. The dragon stated. I am not sure if this power of his has an limit. But it is good possible that he can just stand there and take attacks from you until you are exhausted. You must try something else. I would have never figured that out, Issei replied sarcastically. But what? There is always the sword of Kronos. Ddraig said. Its slashed can move right through time and space. So you could hit the insides of his body without directly passing his skin. But I cannot control it well enough to cause non-lethal wounds, and I don't want to kill him, Issei thought. He is only fighting me because he thinks he has no other choice. This mindset might kill you one day, you know. Ddraig commented. Okay. There is also telepathy. Good, I can try that, he thought. Have you ever considered that the lords could be bluffing? Issei called out to the boy called Accelerator. Do you really think they would bother to attack your world just if you refuse to do what they want? Believe me, these guys have other things on their minds. Do you really think I could take that risk? Accelerator retorted. He was starting to charge up a large ball of plasma, by compressing the air molecules around him. We can protect your world from them, Irina called out. You can. The white-haired boy questioned. As it looks to me, you can barely defend yourselves. Okay. Here goes nothing, Issei said quietly. He had been waiting for a chance and now he had it. You will stop this attack. He concentrated his thoughts on Accelerator. But split seconds later he got a nasty surprise. Why? Will Street. S attack, it echoed howling in his head. What? Ddraig, was that? He said loud. Yes partner, it seems his powers can deflect even thoughts. I don't fucking believe this, Issei growled. What the hell are we supposed to do now? In this moment Accelerator fired his plasma globe at the still disoriented Issei. It was just before the attack hit him and Issei was just trying to dodge. But before he even had the chance to try, Raynor had appeared between him and his opponent, blocked the shot and similar like Accelerator had done it with the dragon shot, send it up into the air. That is enough, she said. I won't longer just stand by and watch this. In the next second Irina, then Murayama, Gariel, Ravel and even Asia appeared next to her. Oh, you all want to join in as well? Accelerator asked them. You don't even want to fight us, Raynor hissed. Do you think we don't realize that? Yes, you are doing this because you want to fulfill the conditions of your masters, Gariel added, even if it is just for show. Even if we cannot protect this world on our own, our leaders can. Just give us a chance to. Even if I considered this, Accelerator replied, you still need to show me something. What about trying to send our thoughts directly through hyperspace, Issei considered. Great idea partner. Can you do that? The dragon responded. No. Then why do you bring it up? I had hoped you can. This caused an annoyed growl from the dragon. I have never tried it. I am sure Darien could do it, Issei replied. Are Madeline and Jean. Well, too bad that they are not here then. Ddraig replied sarcastically. I am sure we can do it. You are more than powerful enough. You just never had a reason to try something like this, right? Issei said. Very well. That is enough, Issei called out. I didn't want to go this far. But you leave me no choice. Ddraig. Ready partner. And Issei changed once again. His bulking dragon armor now reformed into a sleeker form around his body. His eyes were glowing in bright green, and his power skyrocketed. But that was not everything. His presence itself seemed to change. Issei's and Ddraig's minds were embracing each other, literally starting to merge into one. Crimson awakening. Their voices shouted together. What the heck? Accelerator whispered as he saw and sensed the new strange transformation. You will stop this fight now, Issei, Ddraig ordered him. You will end this fight and power down. But this time he sent his thoughts directly through time and space to their target, using the combined strength of Issei's telepathy, that he had inherited from Darien and Ddraig's terrifying power. Accelerator stopped moving, and silently his body followed Issei's commands. A second later it was over. He had completely powered down. I hope that is enough for you as a demonstration, Issei stated. He left his awakening mode and powered down as well. As we have said, we are willing to talk with our leaders about the protection of your world. Accelerator was looking at them silently for a few moments. I am willing to listen, he finally answered. XXXXXXX. Somewhere else. Unknown world. Meanwhile, Rias, you could say both versions of her, were still in a dire situation. They had both fallen through the opened portal, but they were not the only ones. Issei's crazy counterpart had come with them as well. This had not been part of the plan. They all had materialized up in the sky, somewhere above a landside in this new parallel world. Issei had, upon realizing what happened, nearly instantly charged up a dragon shot and fired at them. The blast his Rias square, yet barely grazed her double and send them both crashing downwards. Before that, however, both of them send each a ball of power of destruction at him. He countered their attacks by powering up into his balance breaker mode and deflecting them with his own power. But it was enough to push him back and distract him temporarily, so that he didn't manage to see where they landed. It had bought them some time. But they both knew he would sense their presence and find them. What they didn't realize was that also someone else, the inhabitants of this new world, had sensed this release of energy. XXX. About a minute later, the two identical devils were managing to stand up again. Or at least one of them did. They were both somewhere in the middle of a large forest on a hill, in some distance to the edge of a cliff. Rias, after being hit by Issei's counterpart's attack, was struggling to stand on her own legs. Her double on the other side had been mostly uninjured. Well, me, I admit you have been a great help, Rias stated, as she was standing next to her injured counterpart. And it seems the story you have told is actually true. You can use power of destruction after all. Who else but a Grimoire or a Bale could do it? I would not have thought it possible if someone had told me it all this yesterday. She grinned. You don't look so well, sister. She was taking a glance at Rias' injury. But I think you can at least still serve a purpose. Without a warning, she fired another, very small, blast of energy, that hit Rias' leg and caused her to painfully fall down. She realized that her bitch of a other self had just burned away a chunk of her flesh. You, she growled in helpless rage. I have helped you escape. You. Yes, and now you will help me again, her counterpart replied callously. We both know our friend Issei will find us very soon. But he has problems to tell us apart. So the time he will take to deal with you, will allow me to get some distance away. You really want to leave me here to die? Rias asked the other red-haired devil in horror. Oh, don't look at me like that, her counterpart replied. We both know that you would have probably done the same if you were in my position. I just got more lucky. We are the same person after all. As strange as that sounds, right? I would never do something like this, Rias said. Please, don't do this. She grabbed her counterpart by the leg, trying to stop her. Take your hands off me, Rias told her coldly. Or I already start now what Issei will do later. How about I blow away your leg completely? Rias let go of her, but continued to talk. What you are doing is wrong. Think about it. Your peerage, they are all dead because you betrayed Issei. If you hadn't sent him to his death, none of this would have happened. They would all still be alive. Ria's face turned into a deep scowl. Issei Hyodo, that idiot, that fool, she growled. I could have given him so much power, wealth, all the girls he wanted. If he had just forgotten about the past. But no, he still had to whine about what had happened to him and that worthless fallen angel. And he had thrown everything away just because of that. I lost everything. My position, my power, my servants, all because that fool just couldn't see reason. Rias couldn't believe what she was hearing. They died because of your failures, she whispered. This caused Rias to send her another angry glare. And I don't like being talked to like that, not even from myself. But I admit maybe I should have found a better method to recruit Hyodo. Maybe get the other fallen angels to kill him somehow, since his girlfriend obviously didn't want to, she hissed. Or just find a better way to frame her. This entire mess has caused me all my servants after all. After I had spent years collecting them. Weren't they your friends? Rias asked her. Of course they were my friends. Rias smiled at her warmly. They were so useful after all. Akano with her lightning and power, Kiba and Kaneko, even that weakling Asia. They all had something that made them unique and valuable. Their loss devastated me. Well, at least they fulfilled their purpose by defending me with their lives. Rias felt like ice inside. No, this wasn't her. This couldn't be her. This were her worst qualities given form. A monster, an abomination. You are a rotten piece of scum, Rias hissed angrily. In response, Rias kicked her hard in the side. I have to leave now before our beloved issei shows up here. I will try now to find some of the natives of this world. I will just tell them that a dangerous madman is after me and plead for their help. I will for sure find some bleeding soul who is willing to save me. I am really good in telling such stories, you should know. Hey, maybe I will even tell them that he had murdered my poor sister, and then we can come back together and avenge you. I have to go now and you have to die. Bye. By all Satans, can I truly be that much of an arrogant braggart? Rias thought. She could barely hold back her rage after all. You should not be too sad. As long as one of us survives, it is okay. We are the same after all. In this moment, it was too much for Rias. Her anger was practically breaking out of her, and at the same time, she felt a tidal wave of raw power flowing through her. I am not like you, she screamed in pure rage, as a giant burst of destruction power, which she could barely control, practically erupted from her hands. Her counterpart, who had thought her wounded double helpless, was completely taken off guard as she was hit by it and only managed to let out a horrible scream, before her burning and slowly disintegrating body was sent flying over the cliff. She had done it, Rias thought. She had killed this monster. And she would make sure that it would never came to be again. I am not you, she whispered quietly. I promise I will never be you. This was the last thing she thought before losing consciousness. In her last half-awake moments, however, she sensed that someone was coming. XXXXXXXDXD Universe 001. Meanwhile, Issei and his friends were back in their own world. After their meeting with Tuma, Accelerator and the others, and their promise to talk about their situation with the other Guardians, they had separated from Matsuda, Motohama and Katase, who had all agreed not keep what they had seen and heard a secret. Issei admitted he was actually glad that his two friends knew now. That only left his parents. But first, they had their other problems to deal with. First, they would locate the world where they hoped Rias had landed. Then they would have to find a way to find Calawarner and Akino as well. And they had to deal with the situation the church had informed them about. They would deal with all of that. But for now, to them, their missing teammates had priority. Somewhere between the universes, Issei, his team and the others were just returning to their own world, for the moment. They had just recovered Irina, who was right now standing right next to him, with his arms wrapped closely around her. He had her back. This thought alone made him happy like he hadn't been in weeks. Rainer, Asia and Ravel were standing close by as well. They both felt a little bit of jealousy in the back of their minds about Issei right now turning so much attention to Irina and Irina alone. But they understood that he was just happy to have found her and wanted to spend some time with her, now that they had her back. His friends Matsuda and Motohama and also Maruyama's friend Katase now knew the truth about them. They had taken it pretty well, all in all. In a short time, he knew, he would also tell his parents. This he knew would be even harder to him. He had no idea how they would react to all this. If he was honest, he was a bit afraid of their reaction. But that wasn't his worry right now. 3 of their friends were still missing. The problem was, the only one left of them they had a clear hint where to find, was Rias. They would find Akino and Calawarner as well, they would make sure of that. But right now, especially since they actually had a trail for her, their search for Rias came first. We are back, Issei said to his 2 old friends and Katase to inform them. And the good news is, we have decided not to erase your memories, Rainer told them smirking. Well, that's a good thing. I guess, Motohama stammered, a bit scared. While Matsuda's and Katase's expression turned into shock as well. Rainer, Issei hissed. Don't worry about her, Murayama said to hers and Issei's friends. Rainer. Yuma. Here just has a pretty mean sense of humor sometimes. Of course we will not erase your memories. As long as you promise not to talk about all this, of course, Gariel added. Oh. We do, we promise, Matsuda said. Yes, We promise, Katace confirmed. Besides, who would believe something like that anyway? You have a point here, Issei commented. If you excuse us now. We still have much to do. Yes, we have to find the others, Irina stated. Okay. We see you then, his two friends called out. They and Katace were leaving together, a bit quicker than they needed to, and still looking visible nervous. All what they had seen had obviously gotten to them. And Rainer's little joke about erasing their minds had certainly not helped. He watched his three classmates, as they were walking along the next street, away from them. At least this had turned out well. XXX, but there was also the problem that they had yet another unknown dimensional breach to a universe close by, a breach that was as it seems directly linked to the mysterious attack on the Vatican. And since they were the Guardian team responsible for this cluster of universes, it was in fact their duty to investigate. They actually should have already started. But I think we should divide our team, he said to them. You think a few of us should try to find Rias, while the rest goes to start our mission? Gariel suggested. Yes, exactly. I think this would be the best solution, Issei replied. Maybe you are right, Irina responded. I guess you will go after Rias now. Issei nodded. I will. I will find her and then come and join you. Okay. Then Rainer and I will be leading the other team, Gariel stated. We will try to find out whatever is going on in that world. I will go with you, Issei. Kiba spoke up. Rias is both my master and my friend. Of course I will join your part of the team and help to get her back. I want to come too, Issei-kun, Asia said. If we find Rias-senpai and she might be hurt, you could need me. Especially with Rainer-san being on the other team. You are right, Issei replied. I will come with you as well, of course, Irina stated. After you have just found me again, I won't leave your side for a while. You should come with us then, Gariel said to Zenobia. Since this unknowns, whoever they are, have attacked the Vatican, it might be good if we have at least one exorcist with us. Okay. She answered. In the end they decided that Kiba, Asia, Irina and Ravel would join Issei in his try to find Rias. While Rainer, Gariel, Zenobia and Murayama would travel to the world where the other dimensional breach had been detected. And the one where these group of unknowns, as Gariel had put it, had most likely traveled to. What about Odin? Irina asked. Will he? Gariel shook her head. He has already explained this to us, as you remember. He has practically retired, in our world. And while he will do everything to help us in this universe, he won't come with us to any others. It is just like the situation with the Guardians as a whole. As long as he won't leave our universe, the Dark Order will not send anyone the same power against us, she explained. In theory at least. Yeah, Rainer said. It reminds me a bit of the state between the three factions before the peace agreement in our world. Only on a larger scale. But what if Issei-kun surpassed Odin? You have seen what he has done against this Shaw creatures. He can not longer be far away from that level, at least in his awakening. You are right, Gariel admitted. When he learns to properly control it, he will be at the level of a god, at least. But it also means the Dark Order might send stronger agents into our universe cluster in the future, when they find out about it. That is one reason more we all should keep training and improve ourselves, she said, looking at Issei. But it was not only that, she thought. Issei's awakening was not a simply power-up. She had seen it. When he activated it, he crossed for a short time the border between an normal, supernatural being, and a cosmic entity, like the leaders of the Guardians, the Lord Zerdidrage himself had become long ago. Did that mean he would also get into danger of losing himself soon? Only time could tell here. But she and the others would do everything to help him if this was the case. Let us take care of the problems at hand for now, Issei responded. When we all are ready, we can start out next trip. XXXXXXX an unknown world. Rias had just been losing consciousness, as two figures were slowly appearing. One of them was a little girl, the other an older man. Look, Grandpa, I have found someone, the child called out. They both had seen the outbreak of energy a few moments earlier. It is a young girl, the man said. She is injured. It looks like some kind of burn wounds. Do you think she is a wizard? The granddaughter asked. That is good possible, the old man replied. Even if she is not, the guild is not far away. And I am sure they will have a healer there, who could help her, as well. So I think it would be a good idea to bring her to them anyway. Riaz was losing the last rest of her consciousness quickly. She knew she was dying. No, she was already as good as dead. She, or rather what was left of her, could barely stay awake for another few seconds. But it was enough to realize the state she was in. She wanted to scream, to rant. Damn it, fuck it all. But she couldn't. She could not move a limb. She could not talk. In her last second, she realized how badly she had underestimated her soft other self. Instead of mocking and berating her, she should have killed her right away. She had tried to shield herself as the power of destruction hit her. But the attack was too strong. Literally half her body had been burned away. Her legs, one of her arms, were gone. Most of the rest was a charred mass. In short words, there was nothing left of her but a wrecked lump of flesh. It was only her last remaining power and magic that kept the remains of her body alive, but only for a few more moments. She didn't want to die. So, mostly subconsciously, she was using all her remaining energy to cling to life. Barely. In truth, however, she was only prolonging her death. And even that only for a few moments. Killed by her own power. Could there even be a greater humiliation? Now, what do we have here? A cold voice was to hear. Issei. A small part of her that was still there, realized. I guess I will have the pleasure to see you die after all, he said grimly. She was no longer able to answer to his mocking words. Or to say anything at all. Now, which one are you? He asked. It doesn't matter. I will get the other one anyway soon. He raised his foot and placed it above her destroyed body. Funny, it seems that even Rias Grimori wants to see you dead, Rias, he commented with cruel sarcasm. Well, who are we to disappoint her? He stepped down on her throat and crushed it under his heel. With dark glee and satisfaction, he just saw Rias Grimori die. And he knew in a short time, he would have the same pleasure again. He was looking at her remaining arm for a moment, but he could not see the small transport device, the one that had brought them here, on her wrist. The last time he had seen it, it had been in the possession of Rias Double. But he could not be completely sure. Maybe she had stolen it from her counterpart and left her to die. But no, somehow, his instincts told him that this had been the Rias Grimori he had known. That means the bitch who had destroyed his life had finally met the miserable end she deserved. In the end, it didn't matter, because the other one would join her in death very soon. A smile formed on his face. XXXXXXX somewhere else. As Rias woke up again, she found herself not longer outside, but in a small room. And she heard voices close by. From behind the door. Someone must have found her, she realized, and brought her inside. But who? Natives of this world, obviously. Suddenly she realized that someone else was with her in the room. As she looked up, she saw a blonde-haired young girl. One moment later she noticed that the girl was also radiating a strange sort of power. No, it was clearly some kind of magic. Rias knew she should have sensed it earlier, just like the other person's presence in the room. But it seemed she was just too weary. Hello, Rias greeted her. Hello. The girl replied. It is good to see that yo have walk. And up, she told her. Or at least that was what she understood. Her words sounded somehow strange to Rias. She realized that she had somehow trouble understanding her, even with the magical lingual abilities of the devils. She never had this problem before. Not in the world that were mostly identical with her own. That means with the three factions like she knew them existing and even counterparts of herself and the people she knew. But maybe this universe was simply that much further away, more different, from her own. As she was in the homeworld of the Guardians, they had easily bridged any language gap between them with their immense telepathic abilities. If you could simply transfer weeks' worth of magical knowledge directly into someone's mind, understanding of a language shouldn't be a great problem, right? But here she was on her own. And at least in all these other worlds, they had been speaking some variant of Japanese or Anglisk. Both languages she knew anyway. Here, however, if she hadn't been a devil, she would have probably not understood a single word. How are you? Lin, the girl asked her. Where am I? Rias asked her. You are in the guild hall. An old man and his granddaughter has found you injured somewhere close to the town and brought you here. They had seen some kind of explosion and thought you might be a wizard. Guild hall. Town. Wizard. Rias asked confused. Can you please tell me where I am? You are in Magnolia, at the Fairy Tale Guild, the girl told her smiling. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. Nothing of this meant anything to Rias. But at least it seemed she was starting to understand her better now. I am Lucy, the girl introduced herself. Rias started to reply. Issei. She suddenly realized. He would still be after her. By being here, she would only put these people in danger, whoever they are. But, another part of her realized, they might also be the only ones who could protect her from him. This girl had mentioned something about wizards. If they were at least somewhat powerful, they could. No, she told herself. Issei's manacle double was her problem. She would not use this people to save her own ass. She would not be like her. Nearly instinctively, Rias powered up, a little bit. But this was already enough to cause a look of shock to appear on the other girl's face. You are, she stammered. One moment later the door of the room was being thrown open and in came a group of 2 young men and 3 women. The first was a tall redhead, with a hair color nearly identical to her own, in some kind of knight's armor, who radiated a very impressive magical power, and 2 women with white hair, one a few years younger as the other. They had some resemblance to each other and Rias thought that they were probably sisters. But Rias didn't pay much attention to them. No, it was one young man in front of their group, who her eyes were practically glued on. It was a face that she knew. She had only seen it once, on a recording as she had been on the Guardian Homeward, taken from one of the many alternate realities. But it had been enough to make more than an impression. It was the same pinkish colored hair, the same muscular figure, the same features. She had seen this man, who her other self had turned into a servant, rebelling against her, running away, and killing Razor Phoenix of all people with just one strike, ripping his King heart out. No. She called out, horrified. She was taking one step back, then another, until her back was literally against the wall. I am sorry, Rias stammered. It wasn't me. You have to believe me. I just look like her, she said desperately. I am. She knew she had gotten a lot stronger in the last months. Her own power was now probably rivaling Razor's own. But if this guy could kill someone like him with one move, what chance did she have, even with her improved power? And he was here surrounded by his friends, while she was alone. Natsu, what in the world is she talking about? The younger one of the white-haired women asked him. Beats me. I have for sure never seen her before, he replied. Maybe she mistakes me for someone else. His eyes narrowed somewhat. Or she has heard about how we beat the Tartaros Guild. You all sense her energy, right? And I can smell it as well. This calmed Rias down somewhat. It was obvious that he was not the same man she had seen in the recording, but just another alternate counterpart. Just like the Rias who had enslaved the other one was not her. But the next words just returned her bad feelings again. It doesn't really matter. One of the others, a equally young man with black hair, said. You all sense it. She is a demon. The anger in his voice was unmistakable. Have you forgotten what her kind has done? She is not like the demons we know of, the older white-haired girl stated. Whatever she is somewhat different. Still, hundreds, maybe thousands, of innocents died because of her relatives, the dark-haired man said. And we have nothing that suggests that she is any different. You have heard what the people who brought her said. They have seen an explosion. For all we know, she could have been attacking someone and just got beaten. Just great, Rias thought as she heard the last part. This couldn't have gone any better. As it looked, the people in this universe had a serious axe to grind with demonic beings. Maybe you should calm down, Gray, the girl called Lucy spoke up. Like Mira said, she isn't one of this demons. We have never actually seen something like her before. And she had been talking with me peacefully, until you all barked in. So please stop trying to intimidate her. You are right, the red-headed woman said. If she causes trouble, we can still eliminate her. I said not to intimidate her, Urza, Lucy exclaimed. I am not a demon, Rias finally managed to say. I am a devil. Huh, what exactly is the difference? Natsu asked. Rias couldn't help to still be fearful around him. Let us say devils are something like another sub-race of demons as a whole. Look, please just let me leave peacefully. I am not trying to hurt anyone. And I am not one of the creature you have met before. You said this yourself. My name is Rias, she introduced herself. While they were talking, the others were leading her out of the small room, into a larger hall, where a lot of other people were assembled. She could make out an very short old man, who was standing in front of the crowd. At the outside he was not impressive looking, but Rias could feel a very large magical power inside him. Next to him was a man with long very wild-looking black hair and a blue-haired woman, standing close to the man. Another man with white hair, identical to the two sisters and several others. Then there was a dark-haired woman, a younger pink-haired one and a man with blue hair, sitting at one of the tables. On another one were sitting the old man and the girl who had originally found her. But being mostly unconscious at that time, Rias didn't recognize them. Why are you so afraid? Lucy asked her as they entered the larger room. They all had noticed it. There is someone after me, she admitted. Who is? Natsu wanted to know. I guess he was responsible for your injuries. Yes, Rias said. Tell us the truth, demon. The man named Gray asked. He sounded a bit less aggressive than before. But that didn't mean he was friendly. He is insane, Rias replied. He wants to kill me just because of what I am. She said this with a subtle look in Gray's direction. He had already been hunting me through several towns. Another dimension actually, she thought. But telling these people this would be too complicated. That is enough, Gray, the old man said. My name is Master Makarov. You are here in the guild hall of the Fairy Tale Magical Guild, in case my children, that means the members of my guild, have not told you yet. We won't harm you if you don't try to harm us, he promised her. And we certainly won't just hand you over to this man who is after you. Not after you have been delivered to us in a helpless state like this. But you should understand that an attack of Tartaros, a guild consisting of demons, had caused great damage and killed many innocent people not too long ago. And since you are a being obviously related to these creatures, many people won't be exactly friendly to you. Yes, I have figured that out, Rias commented. By the way, Makarov said, these are the people who had originally found you. He pointed to the old man and the girl. This is Saul and his granddaughter Iria. I am glad to meet you, Rias said to them. She realized that this too as well had started to look at her wearily, as Makarov had mentioned her relation to this demons. But her friendly words seemed to have calmed them down somewhat. So you are all wizards? She asked them. Yes we are, Natsu declared. And we are all from Fairy Tale. Well, except Ultir, Jelil and Merity here. He gestured to the black-haired woman and her two companions. They are actually from a group allied to us, Makarov explained. Rias saw the eyes of the woman called Ultir narrowing down on her. Tell me, Rias, is there anything else we should know about? She asked her pointedly. The others can most likely not sense it, but I feel a strange presence of power related to time and space radiating from you. I can tell, because my own powers are based on this. That is true. I had transported myself here to escape him. Wherever here is, to escape him. But if I am honest, I have not the slightest idea where I had ended up. Can it be that you are from another world? Lucy asked. You cannot be serious, Gray said. Why not? She is from a race we have never seen before and she herself admitted that she had just appeared here. How do you know about other worlds? Rias wanted to know. We have actually visited one some years ago, Natsu informed her. Rias nodded. Can you tell me something about this demons of yours? She asked. The current race of demons had been created by an evil wizard, who had been terrorizing this land for a long time to serve his own goals, Makarov explained. There are however stories that they had been based on even older demonic races, that had vanished from this world a long time ago. It was in this moment however, before the old man could even end his explanation, that they all felt Issei's menacing presence outside. He had found her, Rias thought. XXX as the wizards run outside, Rias a bit reluctantly following them. The saw him. His sacred Gayard was materialized on his left arm. But otherwise he was looking like a normal teenager. Issei. Oh hello Rias, he addressed her, it seems I have found you. She realized that the wizards were not understanding a single word of what he was saying. Rias decided to try something and concentrated her own mental powers on them, the technique she learned from the Guardians. What are you doing? Natsu asked her a moment later, having realized what happened. Sorry. I just saw that you didn't understand anything. So I have just transferred the knowledge about my language into your minds. Then why did we understand you before? Gray asked her. Well, devils have just the magical ability to understand and speak other languages, she said. Be careful, Natsu said to them all. I sense the presence of a dragon on him, a damned powerful one. So he is a dragon slayer like you? Lucy asked him. No. Something different, Natsu replied. You have no idea, Issei spoke up. How nice. It is good to see you of all people actually doing something useful for once, he said to Rias. Now that we can talk. Why don't you just hand this creature over to me? He asked the assembled mages completely casually. XXXXXXXDXD Universe 001. They were now ready to depart. Issei. You won't believe this, Gariel said to him as their now two teams had just assembled. I have checked the world where this mysterious attackers seem to have been traveled to. And, Issei asked her, it is one we came across with before, she explained. Which one? Rainer wanted to know. Gariel sighed. It is the world of the Issei Hyodo, who had helped us in the fight against Alec and Kokabeel. Him. Asia was surprised. Issei-kun, isn't that a strange coincidence? Yes, Irina stated as well. I mean we have found out that there are hundreds of worlds just like ours, right? And at least thousands more that have some similarities. And from all possible worlds, they went just there. I admit it is strange, Issei said, but it could be just an coincidence. Anyway, I will be happy to see you. Ah well, the other you. Again Issei-kun, Asia told him. I hope he is all right, she said, after all what happened. In that case, maybe we should try to contact him and the other Irina first, Rainer pointed out. If we already know someone from this world, why not take advantage of it? It would in every case be better than to just materialize just outside of Vatican Town, Gariel stated. Especially with our group being led by two fallen angels. The Guardians might be allies of the Church, but we have not been in contact with them in that world for a long time. Okay. Do that, Issei told them. Be careful, you all. And don't have sex with my counterpart, he told them with a sly grin. At least not until Asia and I arrive to join in. Issei-kun. Don't say something like this, the former nun said with a red face. We will be able to hold ourselves back, Murayama of all people replied equally sharkily. I am sure your little mistresses cannot wait for their chance to do it with two Isseis at once. What? Ravel called out. Why are you saying something like this Murayama-san? Asia asked. Why you are starting to sound like Rainer-chan. Yes. She is always teasing us, Irina commented, and now you are starting as well. Oh come on, you know I only do that because I love you two like two little sisters, Rainer said. But I have to keep up my reputation somehow, right? Let us stop this bickering, Gariel told them. We all have something to do after all. Sei activated the transport device and opened the portal that would bring her and her half of the team to their destination. A second later Issei was doing the same thing. Both groups stepped through the portals once again and left their homeworld. XXXXXXX Fairy Tale Universe, why would we? Natsu replied. She has told us that you were hunting her down and try to kill her. And why shouldn't I? Issei replied. Do you even know what she is? Her kind does nothing but use and abuse human for their own gain. You are human, aren't you? Why would you protect a creature like her? This monster has sent me into a death trap. She has murdered my girlfriend in front of my eyes. She has tried to turn me into her slave, to take my humanity from me, he growled. I did no such thing, Rias shouted at him. He is lying, she explained. It was another devil who did all this. He just wants to kill me because of who I am. He is completely insane. Does it make any difference? Issei asked non-caring. You and her are one and the same after all. Moment. Grace said, you mean you want to kill this girl over something someone else did? He now placed himself between both of them. Rias was surprised that the same guy who had obviously been against her from the first second was now defending her. The entire group of wizard was now powering up. Do you really not realize what she is doing? Issei asked them, smiling friendly. She is using you all. She is hiding behind you like the coward she is. Like her kind always does. I can sense that at least a few of you have powers connected to dragons, like myself. And most others are also powerful wizard in their own right. That is quite impressive. But believe me, I am powerful as well. Do you really want to risk your lives for a creature like that? Wait, Rias said loud. Issei-san, this is between you and me. Leave them out of it. How funny. Issei responded sarcastically. The devil trying to act like a hero. How about you cut this crap, Issei? Rias said. I get it. You hate me. You hate what I am and want me dead. You have made this more than clear. My only question is, if I face you alone by myself, will you leave this people alone and not harm them? Who have nothing to do with me anyway? Issei's insane double smiled. Oh, don't worry. They are of no real interest to me. As you said, they have nothing to do with you. Their only sin is to protect a filthy devil, and they obviously don't know what you are. So yes, I guess I will do nothing to them, he assured her. What? No, Diedrag, I say it again, this devil will die and that is final. He suddenly seemed to start speaking with himself. You know what she had done to me. Yes, I realize it was the other her, but what difference does it mean? Oh, and don't forget, we will need her little device, if we ever want to go home. Unless you want Albion to win your competition without even lifting a finger. I knew you would see reason, Issei stated a moment later. Around, the others were all looking at him as if he had lost his mind. What is with him? The girl named Merity asked. Is he crazy? Lucy said. I mean completely crazy. That goes without saying, Ultir commented. But I don't think that is it here. He is talking to his dragon, the pink-haired man named Natsu stated. I can sense it. Okay. Rias stated and stepped forward. Her leg was hurting. Her wounds had been treated, but still not healed. Wait, you don't have to do this, Natsu called out. It was kind of funny, Rias thought, that she had expected this man to murder her on sight. Instead he was protecting her, despite that he barely know her and the fact that she was a being related to the creatures who had, according to them, attacked this place and killed many people. Yes, please stop, Lucy said. You are still hurt. You have no chance. Whatever you are, Gray told her, you cannot expect us to just stand by and let him murder you. Please trust me, she said to the assembled wizards behind her. This is my fight, so please stay out of it. I know what I'm doing. I can deal with this. Trust me, she told Natsu and Gray, who were both still holding up their power, looking ready to attack the newcomer. The other mages of their guild, as well as the trio of Ultir, Merity and the man named Jelil, were also still ready to fight. But not as obviously as this too. How brave of you, Issei addressed her as he began to power up. As a small reward I will make your death not quite as painful as I intended. But yet, I look out to see you die again, Rias Grimori. No, you won't, Rias thought. She might not had a chance in a fight, but that didn't mean she didn't have a plan. She just wanted to make sure that the human mages didn't get involved and maybe died defending her. With a subtle movement, she activated the device on her wrist, and opened another portal, right next to them. Taken by surprise, Issei's double looked up, and that was what she had been waiting for. In this moment she fired a blast of power of destruction, augmented by her ki, directly at his face. She knew it would probably not be enough. But at least it would be a distraction. Issei let out a terrible scream as the attack hit him. Instinctively he had used all his powers to shield himself. But Rias had already used this chance and run forward, right to the open portal. No, you won't, Issei screamed at her in a wild rage and managed to grab her by the wrist, but she ripped herself loose and jumped through the portal. Then she was gone. No, Issei shouted in his mindless anger. This slut. This goddamned whore. He had visible burn marks on his face. Had he been someone less powerful, he would have lost his head, literally. Now, how about you leave? He heard the old man Makarov addressing him. The girl you were after is gone, and you have not exactly made a good first impression. But if you rather fight, you will have all of us against you. Issei growled at them. He was angry beyond belief. But they were right. This was pointless. And it would be him alone against dozens of sorcerers with unknown abilities. Not that he was afraid. But there was nothing to reach for him here. In this moment, however, something happened that nobody had expected. A small group of people appeared in the air before them. The one in the front was a young man, clad in a deep red scale armor, only his head free. Issei was looking into his own face. Behind him were Ravel and Yuto, flying in the air with their wings and carrying Asia and Irina. She had been here just a minute ago, Issei-kun, Irina stated. A portal had been opened right here. And you saw that explosion. That was power of destruction, Kiba said. I am sure of it. Are you looking for the red-headed whore? Issei addressed them. I have to say, I am surprised. You know the saying, if you travel far enough, you can meet yourself. He grinned. It seems to be true. Where is Rias? Issei asked him. Now, why are you looking for that filthy devil? Don't tell me you are still her lapdog. But I don't sense any evil pieces in you. I don't serve the devils, Issei asked him. Rias is a friend and we try to find her. His double, however, only started to laugh. Friends with a devil. And they say I am the crazy one. Kiba had enough and draw his sword. Where is Rias? What have you done to her? Ah. Kiba Yuto, always standing up for his master, always willing to fight for her. Like a good little bootlicker. I knew you in my world. You are dead in my world, luckily. He laughed again. Oh Issei, a little tip. Don't trust this red-haired devil. She will make you think she cares. She will make you think she is your friend. She will make you think she is a good person, and then she will send you to your death and bring you back as her slave and take everything from you care about. Just wait, you will see I am right. And besides, don't you think the color of blood would match great with her hair? Enough, Issei called out. Tell me what happened, you lunatic. He had already met a few doubles of himself. But he couldn't help it. Something about this one made a cold shiver running down his shoulders. Where is only one thing devils are good for, Issei exclaimed. Dragon shot. He raised his hand and fired a blast, directly in Ravel's direction. Faster than the eye could see, Issei moved and shielded her from the attack. You bastard, he hissed. But then he saw that his double had already formed a magic circle and teleported away. He is gone, Issei said. Excuse me, the old man in front of the natives, who were obviously wizards, greeted them. If you look for this red-haired girl named Rias, who called herself a devil. We have found her injured and taken care of her. But then she opened this strange portal to escape this madman. Thank you, Issei replied. But I find it curious that you and he look exactly the same, Makarov continued. Do I guess right that you all are not from his world? Issei noticed that most of the others around were looking at him with some distrust. He couldn't hold it against them after the crazy display from his counterpart. The portal, he said, can we locate where it has led to? He asked, looking at Irina, who was holding her own control device up in the direction the portal had been. Drake, please, can you help me find her Sumo? I am on it, partner, the dragon answered. This time everyone around was able to hear him. The mages and the two townspeople who had originally found Rias were watching in fascination. We can always do the same thing again, right, Issei-kun? Asia asked him. Looking for this dimensional breaches and then using our connection to Rias to find out which one it was in. Partner, I think we are lucky. Drake said. The portal, I still sense traces of it. Issei, concentrate. Tell me, can you sense this Devi Rias on the other side? Issei replied, unsure. He was starting to activate his telepathic powers and concentrated it at the spot the portal had been. Yes, he finally said, I sense her. Let us try something, partner. Concentrate our power and open the portal again. The control device, Issei thought. You don't need the device, the dragon's voice boomed through the air. You have seen Darien and others open portals without it. You can do the same. Just us your power and do it. Issei nodded. He channeled his power, more and more of it. Without fully noticing it, he tapped for a moment into his awakening state, and then finally, the portal opened again. Hey! They suddenly heard Natsu calling out to them. But could you explain to us what the heck is going on? Sorry, Issei replied, but we are in a hurry. I am not sure long me and Diedrag can keep this portal open. Thank you for helping Rias. We will make it up to you, if we will return someday, I promise. Go, he said to the others. With this they run to the portal, closely followed by Issei himself. The mages of fairy tale stayed behind. Well, this was a strange day, Natsu commented, even by our standards, right master? He addressed the old man. XXXXXXX many miles away, where the other Issei Hyodo had materialized himself after his teleportation. A part of him was still angry that the blasted double of that bitch had managed to escape him, angry that she was still alive, angry at the injury he had, angry that these blasted fools had been helping the wretched devil. But on the other side he felt triumph. He remembered how the Rias of his world died through his hand. She had finally gotten what he deserved. And there was another thing. He looked down at his hand and the object he was holding in it, the dimension travel controller. Issei Hyodo started to laugh loud. XXXXXXX Akino's world. She had by now spent a few days in this new strange reality, and she had found out a bit more about the history of this world. It had been her still not exactly happy host, the reigner of this reality, who had told her most about it. What she had heard both shocked and unsettled her. The first and most shocking thing was, the underworld had been destroyed in this reality, devastated and turned into a lifeless wasteland by a war that had started several centuries ago. At first she had not wanted to believe it, but the native reigner had told her, and Issei and this world's Shuri had confirmed it during their last meeting. This war, it had been conflict so devastating that it left the three faction like she knew that as a mere shadow of what they had been before. Even the Great War had not caused nearly as much damage to them. It had however not been a war just between devils and angels or fallen, or even higher beings like Diedrag, Albion or even Ophis or Great Red. No, the enemy had been a mysterious foe only called the Erebos. Akino had never heard about these beings before. By what she had been told however, they had been a demonic race, that had suddenly appeared at both Earth and the underworld. Another side effect of the same was that it had led on Earth to the rise of a great number of so-called magical guilds, that had been formed by human sorcerers. She had been quite surprised as she had found out that these human magic guilds were now one of the strongest forces in the supernatural world of this reality. While devils and fallen angels were severely weakened and mostly reduced to a handful of struggling survivors. And even more was she surprised about the fact that the Hyudas were actually members of one of these guilds. Issei. This Issei was a wizard, just like his father and mother. The Hyudus, a family of sorcerers, she thought by herself. It was quite bizarre. Well, she guessed the Issei of her own world was not so much different. But his parents, like she knew them, were simply normal people, and it was hard for her to think of them otherwise. At least this explained the strange magical artifacts she had seen inside Issei's home. Okay. It shocked her not nearly as much as the fact of the Grimoires, or Mac Grimoires as they called themselves, seemingly being human. But it was odd enough. She had also found out that both her own other self and Shuri and Kanako's counterpart and her sister were under Issei's and his parents' protection, from the Himahima clan and devils as well. Despite that, her other self and Shuri had still a very good relationship with their husband, Father Barakwile. This made Akino cringe actually, especially given the verbal beat down she had gotten from her other self from the future timeline not so long ago. She had spent years rejecting her father after the loss of her mother, and the Akino here still had both of them. She was starting to realize what a fool she had been. Shuri would never have blamed Barakwile for failing to protect her from the Himahimas. She would never be happy about Akino rejecting him and her fallen angel heritage. Shuri was the one who had loved and accepted and even married him in the first place. Shuri was the one who willingly had a child with him. By rejecting all that, she had only soiled her own mother's memory. Akino Himahima, you are an idiot, she told herself. The time she had spent around this Shuri had made that more than obvious to her. It was still painful, having her mother back, but it's still not really being her. Worse, she had her own Akano, who was still the human fallen angel hybrid she had originally given birth to, and not a resurrected devil. It was not that Shuri treated her badly. In fact, she was as friendly to her and treated her as well, as you could expect it for a twisted double of her daughter from another dimension, who had been turned into a devil servant. And that was exactly what hurt. Akano could see how the woman was unsure how to act around her. How her presence seemed to make her nervous. How she was trying to hide it. Maybe Shuri saw her as a painful reminder of what could have been, she thought. Of what could have happened to her Akano, if she had died that day. XXX Akano remembered more about the conflict that had turned this world into what it was today. The war against the Erebos had been going on for a long time. Well, maybe not that long, compared to the Great War or even the Devil Civil War, that happened right before, but certainly for a teenager like her. Akano couldn't help, this reminded her all too much of dimension travelers like herself. Did this Erebos came from somewhere else out there? Had they invaded this reality? The war only ended when all the survivors of the three faction and also humanity, including the at that time new formed magical guilds of this world, had bounded together to fight their common enemy. They drove them back and defeated them in several battles, according to what this world's versions of Issei and Rainer told her. Still, it left a lot of questions open. Where had this Erebos gone to when they retreated? Are they still out there? And why in the world were Rias and her family human? It was clear that the Mac Greymores were identical to the Grimoires, or at least this world's version of them. And Rias had herself admitted to her that she didn't knew much about her family's history before her parents' generation. All that had led her to suspect more and more that the Grimoires had somehow turned themselves human, possibly to escape their enemies. XXX In this moment Akano and Rainer were on their way through the town to meet up with Issei, Rias and Kaneko. No, Sharon, close to Issei's home. From there they would walk together to the school. She had gotten incredible bored, just sitting around at Rainer's or Issei's home. She had for a short time watched Issei perform some kind of magic rites and experiments. One of them had included some kind of magic swirls of a form she had never seen before, that he had used for a ritual. But even that had gone sour after some time. Being inside the entire time had been slowly driving her crazy. So she had finally asked first Rainer and then Shuri for some time outside. And so Issei had offered her to switch places with their Akano for one day. The other Akano, her double, as it turned out, had been all too happy about the chance to skip school for one day. Shuri had also not been exactly pleased about her daughter using this as an excuse to miss school. But she also realized that Akano could not simply stay in Rainer's apartment the entire time. By the way, Rainer-san, Akano asked her, you have never told me how exactly you ended up in Issei's service. I mean, why has Azazel Dono agreed to that? I don't really feel like talking about it, the fallen angel replied. Oh, I see, it is one of this stories, Akano said. The sour face Rainer made at this comment told her more than enough. In this moment they were seeing Issei, Kaneko, no Sharon, and Rias standing at a street corner close by. Alone looking at the brown-haired, bespectacled, small-breasted girl, who was wearing the features of her best friend and master felt bizarre. And, Akano, how have you been? Issei's counterpart asked her. Well, but a bit bored, she answered. That is the reason I am coming with you today. Yes, Rainer and Shuri-san have told me about that, Issei replied. I am not sure how different this Kuo Academy is from the one you know, Akano-san. I know. I will just have to try to deal with it, Akano said. You have already told me some things. For example, that you are the head of the student council Issei-san, instead of Sona. That stupid devil bitch, Human Rias commented. But I am curious how my friends will react to you. Do you think they will notice any difference, Issei-kun? She asked. If they do, they will probably blame it on Akano simply acting a bit different than usual, he replied. If at all, they will find it probably strange that you and her suddenly go along so well, with each other. Oh yes, Rias giggled, you can say that. But it is not every day you meet a double of someone you know from another universe. It is just fascinating, don't you think? But instead of another Akano, it could have been a second Murayama or Katase. That would be great. Don't even say it, Sharon said sourly. I am sure we will be running into the rest of the perverted trio soon enough. Excuse me, Akano asked them, but you have told me that Matsuda and Motohama-san are part of the student council here, together with Issei. How can they still be known as the perverted trio? All of them were now looking at her surprised. What are you talking about? Sharon asked her. The perverted trio, that are her. She pointed at human Rias, and these other two demented girls she is always hanging out with. Hey, this are my friends you are talking about, Rias called out. Her best friends Katase and Murayama, Sharon continued. And they have truly deserved that name with their antics. It is not our fault that we have learned to be honest with ourselves and our desires, human Rias murmured. Moment. What? Akano called out. Okay. This world here was officially crazy, she thought. XXXXXXX Devil Issei's world. Universe 006. The group led by Gariel and Rainer had just arrived. They had programmed the portal to bring them to the town border of Kuo, this world's version of Kuo. They hoped that Issei's counterpart would still be here. They couldn't be sure how the relationship between devils and fallen angels was right now in this world. But appearing here, at the edge of Kuo and asking to meet Issei Hyodo and Irina Shido would in every case be better than show up right at the border of the Vatican and hope for the best. I think I will never get completely used to this, Murayama stated. This looks exactly like our hometown. They didn't have to wait long. Neither of them had made any attempt to hide their presence. In fact, Rainer and Gariel had been powering up somewhat to announce their arrival. They were visitors on an official mission after all. They were relieved somewhat to see Issei between the group of devils that just appeared in a magic circle in a short distance to them, together with Sona and her peerage. It was possible that the Citri heiress had taken him in, after his old peerage had been killed. Oh, it is you, the other Issei said, recognizing them, especially Gariel, whose counterpart he never met. Issei Hyodo, Gariel said, it is good to see you again. It is, he replied. His expression however became a bit painful, when his look went over Rainer. It is okay Sona, I know them. They are the ones me and Irina have told you about. We have together defeated Rias and the other's murderer. How can you be completely sure that they are the same ones, if every one of us has many doubles out there as you claimed? Sona stated. Good question. Gariel, how have we met the first time? You found me at the border of your Kuo and attacked me. During that you and your Irina had accidentally followed me through the portal. It is them, he said to Sona. Right then however a second magic circle appeared on the ground and a second group of devils appeared. Obviously someone else had taken over Ria's position here after her death. It is okay Saraorg, Sona addressed the leader of the group. These aren't enemies. Saraorg Bale, they recognized him, in their world and most likely this one too, known as the strongest young devil. XXXXXXX Unknown World, DXD Universe 014, Rias realized that she had returned to Kuo. But she was pretty sure that this was not the same Kuo she came from. Normally the controller was programmed to bring them only to worlds like this, universes similar to her own, of their own cluster, as the Guardians called it. But in the last trip, it obviously had malfunctioned somewhat, to bring her to a world so different. Possibly through Azazel tinkering with the device. The controller was gone, she had realized. Issei's double had ripped it out of her hand. She only hoped that he didn't manage to use it to cause any kind of harm out there. And that meant she had not longer any possibility to leave this world. She was now stranded here for good. Her only hope left now was that the others would locate this universe and find her. And if not, this time she decided to power up right away, to announce her presence to the devils, or whoever was in control of this town. So that nobody could accuse her of trying to sneak in or to spy. She knew logically, there was a chance that this Kuo existed without any supernatural interference at all and was only habitated by humans. But in most worlds of their cluster, she knew from the Guardians, it was a devil stronghold and so probably here as well. She could only hope that these devils would be more friendly than the last ones she met. She didn't have to wait long. After the magic circle lighted up on the ground before her, she was however more than surprised about the persons appearing out of it. Lady Rias, the leader of the newcomers greeted her. What are you doing here? It was nobody else than Ubaluna, Razor's queen, with two of his pawns standing behind her. We thought you and Akano were in the underworld with Lord Razor. And what happened to you? You look terrible. Has someone attacked you? Well, yes, but. Yubaluna. Rias said serious, there is something I have to tell you. And you probably won't believe me. Okay. But I think we should inform Lord Razor first. He will not be happy that someone has tried to harm his wife. What? Rias called out. XXX what neither of them knew. Issei was right now about to open another portal into this world.